Aussie, Aussie, angry, 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 Aussie, 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 angry, 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 angry.
All right, kicking off Friday night party night. Hope everyone's had a fun and exciting week. Ready for a party? Who's already in chat? Alexander, hello. Megalich, hello. And it's a Friday. Got a Halloween tie on. Gonna make a Halloween cocktail tonight. Video for my cocktail channel. Also gonna make some other cocktails. So that'll be happening tonight. We've got to the stage of the year where I can't actually make any before the stream because there's too much light behind me, which looks shitty. Actually, because all the cloud tonight, I probably could have done a little bit earlier, but you know, it is what it is. So, yes, what am I doing next week? Sorry, next week's are all done. It's the week after. I'm gonna do tonight. I'm gonna finally do my June video. I do a Halloween video, and then maybe a short video. Hey, Celtic King and Robot Man Greg. God, I have this horrible feeling I'm forgetting something. Let me look. I think I am forgetting something. Celtic, I haven't heard from AD for a couple of days. Hopefully he's okay. So next week's done. Okay, yes. An old-fashioned is the other one. So a June cocktail, a Halloween cocktail, and an old-fashioned cocktail to kick off old-fashioned week. Live an old-fashioned. And hello, Chris and Raiders. Loving the tie, Halloween tie. This is the death tie. This is the thing that happened when I worked in offices a long time ago where I had to wear ties. This is where all my weird tie collection comes from my 20s and early 30s. I started to develop a superstition around this tie because 3 times when I wore it, someone died just after. Like, not in front of me, but it's like someone related to someone I was working with died. I started to develop this weird superstition around this tie that someone would die if I wore it. I didn't really truly believe that, but it was weirdly coincidental, I will say. So I'm for no particular reason, as I wear this tie, I'm thinking of Barnaby Joyce. Just for no reason. No reason at all. Just thinking of him. Time to bring down a Halloween curse. Could happen. It could absolutely happen. You never know. You're all going to think I'm a fucking witch if something happens to Barnaby Joyce now. I'm not saying I want anything bad to happen to Barnaby Joyce. I just said I was thinking of him for no particular reason. Don't put words in my mouth. But yeah, if something happens to him in the next couple of weeks, I mean, okay, if Barnaby Joyce suddenly dropped dead, that would not be a surprise because he's clearly not in great health. You're not beetroot red all the time and, you know, constantly pissed if you're healthy. That's just the thing. Nice. Yes, Raiders. Anti-vaxxers laughed at in New South Wales Supreme Court. Yes, speaking of things I hate with a passion, anti-vaxxers, conspiracy fuckwits, hate them so much. So much. Because they're killing people and they're just making the world dumber and I hate them. Yes. Barnaby in the bin, walk into the sea, any of these things. He is a garbage. I was going to say garbage human. He's not human. He's a poor excuse for a human. He's a festering, shambling pile of garbage wrapped in an ill-fitting human skin suit that I think he got from like skinning hitchhikers he picked up. is just not good. He's not good. He isn't good. He isn't good. But it's Friday night. It's party night. So even before I start with the cocktail video, I think I might just make a drink. Maybe I just have a freezer martini. Freezer martinis are always good. What else could I have? I'm just trying to think. This thing, Willow's Boost, spoiled for choice. Justin sent Canberra 99% with first dose. Well, that's pretty good. And hello to you, Safa. Oh, wow. Oh, those guys that actually talked about assassinating the Supreme Court judge who threw them out. Yes, you're about to find out the federal police don't fuck around. God almighty. Again, that's the other weird thing about these fuckwits. They go on their Nazi social media things and Facebook, and they self-reinforce with each other that they're right. And one of the things they reinforce with each other is they won't face any repercussions for anything they do because they're right. So, like, some clown was in the news this week. He'd set fire to a mobile phone tower because it had the 5G in it. And the criminal complaint on him said it caused $1 million worth of damage, which I don't know, I guess is possible. But they always, this is not a defense of this guy, but authorities always grossly exaggerate the cost of damage to stuff when they want to get someone. But yeah, anyway, so they track him down because he's been going on fucking social media saying he's going to do this. He's also been threatening to kidnap and do bad things to Dan Andrews. And when the cops like raid his place to arrest him and find weapons, illegal weapons and drugs, and there's a hole in the backyard, and they say to him, "Why is there a big hole in your backyard?" He's going, "That's where I'm going to put Dan Andrews when I catch him." And he afterwards said, "Oh, that was just a joke." But he made multiple online posts about holding Dan Andrews prisoner, as he made multiple posts about burning a fucking mobile phone tower. And he burnt the mobile phone tower. So he's going away. Right, do I remember the Parramatta Court bombing? Same clown was building a bunker in his backyard to imprison Dan Andrews. Oh, sorry, there, you got there what I was saying. Justin, latest with Friendly Jorders. I did see, because the New South Wales police were just saying something like they wanted to take down all the videos on his channel that are anything to do with the court case. And the judge said basically, that's vague and bullshit and way too broad. For fuck's sake, come here with something specific, give me a specific legal argument, and I'll make a judgment on it. But just this broad, I want to take down everything he says. No, fuck off. And what's hilarious that they fucked up with the thing, because I also think the judge made it clear that Friendly Jordies is digging his own legal grave with his behavior. But it's just also like, you know, cops, you can't just come here with this vague shit. Come and make an actual legal argument. You say their application was full of spelling and grammatical errors. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay. New South Wales police are and always have been scary thugs. Like, you reckon they're like East German police. Queensland cops were always, they were scary in a different way to New South Wales cops. Queensland cops were recklessly violent. New South Wales cops always have been an organised criminal gang from the early days of the colony. But that's what police forces are generally, a gang that enforces the rules that the powerful want them to enforce. No, yes, ACAB. All cats are beautiful. Sorry, I just noticed there's some sticky stuff here that's going to annoy me. I'm just going to get a cloth. Because this is the joys of working in the kitchen. A little cleaning station just over here. Mind you, I guess the downside of working in the kitchen is there's a high chance of food mess and whatnot. But that's okay. I'll just do that and put that cleaning cloth back. Dry my hands. All right, and we're back. So, still haven't decided what drink I'm going to have I? Hey, Chris. Oh, okay. Yes, Chris, our crowd control tank, which was going after the dickheads, was indeed scary. A scarier one, and I've seen multiple versions of it that are either prototypes they're trying to sell to the cops or are actually owned by some police forces. I think one was in Russia. Um, and but I've seen a couple, and it's basically these trucks, and they have like a big bulldozer scoop that can be deployed at the front, and it can basically seal off a whole street. It's absolutely horrifically nightmarish. They had these in the old sci-fi movie Soylent Green. It was terrible. And yes, yes, right. It's the Melbourne ass clown who sent Tassie into lockdown. From the little I saw, this fuckwit who's COVID positive lied to get their way into Tasmania, then got put in quarantine, and then ran away from quarantine. So they're a COVID denier. They're a vaccine conspiracy fuckwit, and they've been running around all over the place while infectious. I don't know that there's a friggin' law that could put them in prison, but they're such fucking filth. Whatever happens to them, fuck them. And hello, Nettie. And I agree with Greg Safa. You won't regret getting a Dan's account card. I resisted it for ages because I thought, that's it. You're an alcoholic when you've got a Dan's card. But they keep putting specials on that are only for if you got the card. So fuck it. Even if I only use it a couple times a year. It's like, yep, go for it. So, Chris, the RoboGun's been made for the Army based on the Boston Dynamics dog. Oh, yeah, that was a fun one. Did everyone see that? Lethal military robots with high-power rifles attached to them, which was always what was going to happen. Well, I mean, they're not... they are psychologically freaky. They're obviously not as dangerous as drones that fire missiles and kill dozens of people in a single thing. But, yeah, we are obviously facing a future of autonomous machines killing people. Half of the hearsay is he was trying to get drugs. Oh, look, the absolute incontrovertible fact is he's a piece of shit. Oh, is that a bit of the background, Raiders? He'd flown to Tassie multiple times, was sent back each time. Last effort, he was on the last flight, so he couldn't be sent back. And he got put in quarantine, and he absconded and partied. Oh, yeah. Safa, the Russian authorities have been arresting, jailing, and murdering Putin opponents for years. Yes, Noog the Terminator, was they dun 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 dun. Humans are racing inexorably towards completely autonomous machines killing people. Michael's scouting, which I'm intrigued by. Is going to join us after. That's fine. Because we already have human-powered killing machines at all. Like the human behind the decision to have the thing kill people. There are definitely people saying now, I can give you an algorithm that will make sure this only kills bad people, which is a lie, which is a horrible, terrible lie. But we're also like, an autonomous killing machine will kill innocent people. Okay, humans are endlessly killing innocent people. It's just what happens. So it's just saying Putin's main opposition is the Communist Party. I have to admit, I have not paid any close attention to the factions in Russia, because it kind of seems to be just oligarchs versus oligarchs, honestly. Russia post-Soviet just turned into a gangster state. No rules. Just the most ruthless person wins. And for decades now, the most ruthless has been Putin. But I couldn't tell you. Even if someone in Russia calls themselves communist, no idea what that means. I have no idea what those people mean when they say they're communist. If they're just most likely they're just a different flavor of totalitarian, but I don't know. Yes, Raiders, I do have my vaccine certificate on the Service Vic app. So ready for when things. I know I've tested it as because I check into places when I go to places like shops to get stuff. But yeah, so I've tested that it works. So yeah, for those who don't know how it works, is when you check in, there's also a one-touch thing where you can show that's my vaccination status to get into places for vaccinated people. Oh, Nog, nice pun. Russia is a gangster's paradise. That's the old Coolio track. Safa, as far as I understand it, the New South Wales service app is not working yet. But that's the last I heard. Not paying a huge amount of attention to it. Yeah, Justin, the Russian Communist Party may well be the largest party in the Russian parliament. All I was saying is I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what their ideology is. Whatever. Nice. Yep, the pub passport. I like that, Greg. That's a good name for it. MPGS. Hello, in all caps. Oh, yes. Raiders, I've just seen the hologram. There's a neat thing. Some people have been saying it's easy to fake. I don't know. It's Maria. Hello, Maria. Maria from the block. Okay. I don't know what that means. Of Docklands. Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you. Now I know who you mean because you're on the street. Yes, I actually I do know who you mean now. Colombian, Canadian, Italian. Yes, I actually do remember you now. Hi, Maria. Nice to see you again. Yes. So, the whole downside is because the anti-vaccine people are such fuckwits, and they've proven themselves to be quite violent. Oh, Luciana is with you too. Nice. Hi, Luciana. They've proven themselves to be quite violent. There are obviously going to be violent scenes at venues, and poor fucking venue staff are going to be subjected to violence and harassment from these fuckwits. I hate them so much. Have I mentioned? I hate the anti-vax conspiracy fuckwits. Hate them. Is it Chris, Russian Communist Party based on the Mensheviks, non-authoritarian that Lenin and Stalin slaughtered? Are they really? That sounds like people I'd like. Big Bad Ads, you think the Russian Communist Party is the remnants of the old party? More than likely, they're totalitarian. That's what I would think, actually. But again, I freely admit, haven't looked. Oh, okay. Chris, Wikipedia said they're based on the Mensheviks. Well, they sound like people I might like then. Yes. But I think it's important I acknowledge I have not looked at Russian politics at all. So I don't know where everyone stands on the various things. But Putin bad, I think, is fair to say, with the whole hard right totalitarian shit they've been doing. Justin, are you looking forward to leaving the country? I don't want to go anywhere. Safa, what if the whites beat the reds in the civil war in Russia? I don't know. I also don't know my Russian history well enough to know that. Where you think I'm being calm? I'll probably get worked up. It's Friday night. I'm going to have a drink or two. I might get less calm in my statements as it goes on. Oh yeah, no, Chris. Putin literally won't allow power to be taken away from him. We have seen over and over and over again. Putin is absolutely ruthless in his power thing. Maria's got a secret crush on Putin. That's okay. Your secret's safe with us, Maria. It's fine. You know what I haven't had for a while? My favorite cocktail, which I have a bottle of in the fridge because I've made it. Dairy. Yes, I do remember Pussy Riot. Well, they're still around. Maria having a limoncello. I've got a limoncello and a mandarincello. Don't have any actual limoncello at the moment. So, well, but now we're looking at that. Why don't I find a good limoncello recipe? And I might make it with limoncello or mando or a split. Okay, cocktail by ingredient. Come on, we can do this. So, just gonna say, tell me some recipes that feature limoncello. Limoncello. Search. Okay, 86 limoncello recipes. Okay. Get one that sounds good. Oh, a Gennaro sidecar, because a sidecar is one of my favorites. And a Gennaro sidecar is one that instead of using orange liqueur, uses limoncello. I've had that. A lemon sherbet margarita. Okay, I'm kind of intrigued by the sound of this. Might have that one straight off the bat. Tequila, limoncello, lemon juice, agave. Oh, and a scoop of lemon sorbet. I don't have any lemon sorbet. But it might be nice with the tequila. Everyone raised lime or limoncello glass. Drink, drink, drink. It's Friday. Very much. Oh, Nettie, your mint plant died. Well, now's the time to grow mint. You get a new one. It might come back. Chris, in college, you were in the International Social Store. You left because unending fawning over Lenin's authoritarian. Yeah, tankies. Tankies are such a fucking worry, honestly. And Justin, you don't think there's much difference between fascist dictatorship, communist dictatorship? When it's an authoritarian dictatorship, the name it's just a name. If it's an authoritarian dictatorship, it's an authoritarian dictatorship. Maybe I'll make a limoncello margarita is actually probably a really good idea. I haven't made a tequila drink in ages. I might make that, actually. Plan. I have a plan. All right. Got to get the components together. There's my shaker, which is actually in the dishwasher. Ugh. Okay. Oh, and my strainer, which is also in the dishwasher. All right. So, all right. Gonna do a lime margarita. I need my jigger as well. All right. Let's get jiggy with it. Okay, tequila. I have tequila. It should be over here. Or where did I put it? Because I haven't made anything with tequila for a while, so I've forgotten where I put my tequila in all these bottles. Is it here? Oh, this is embarrassing. I can't find my tequila. Wow, my blood orange liqueur. I've got some stuff that I probably haven't had a drink of in like a year, and it's just sitting on the shelf. Oh, I've got maybe I could do a spicy lime margarita because I've got this chili liqueur that's got real kick. You just put a teeny bit in it, and it's like, but I really want to find my tequila. Oh, it is here. Bloody hell. All right. Tequila. It's not even, there's not that much of it left. All right. We often a tequila buying things. So tequila, limoncello, lime juice, which I just squeezed earlier today, agave syrup. Yeah, that looks okay. My Costco agave syrup. Was there anything else I wanted in this? Tequila, limoncello, lime juice, agave. No, that's everything. Okay. Cool. Easy. Oh, you can't drink tequila without getting that tequila song in there. Hi, Caitlin, by the way. Oh, yeah, we're all doing tequila now. Yeah, this is because I'm going to make a Halloween cocktail later. So I got my Halloween tie on. Chris, educated white man. You can get away with, literally, you can get away with murder. That's a thing. That is a fucking thing for sure. That's a educated white men, particularly in America, but here and other places as well, literally get away with murder on the regular. Okay, so my limoncello margarita. First we put the tequila. The tequila. Okay, then the limoncello or limoncello if you're playing at home. Limoncello. Then lime juice. A little bit of lime juice. I'm going to go a little bit less than they say because that's my palate. I tend to like it less acidic than a lot of people. And a little bit of agave syrup. All right. I just realized I don't have a glass. I'm going to get a glass. Which glass will I serve it in? I haven't drunk out of this glass in a little while. Just making sure no bugs died in my glass. I say that because it has happened to me before. Very disturbing. All right, ice. The other benefit of doing the streams from the kitchen right next to the ice. All right. Now we're going to shake it like a Polaroid picture. Which, incidentally, you don't do. You don't shake Polaroid pictures. Oh, no. Maria, no apologies for Friday nights. Shaking it away from the mic. Okay. Ooh. Shaker is now uncomfortably cold to hold, which means it's cold enough. And stuff, how's Aidsy? I haven't heard from Aidsy for a couple of days. So I can't answer that with authority. Oh, maybe I should make, you know what? I should make this a little, ooh, goddamn. I should make this a little spicy. I forgot I was going to make it a bit spicy. I'm going to put it back in the shaker and put just a teeny bit of my chili liqueur, Anchores Verde, because I feel like I haven't used this in 6 months or more. Oh my God, Raiders, a dead rabbit killed by birds. That's pretty intense. That's enough. Oh shit. I almost put it in the meant to put it in the shaker, not my glass. Chile. All right. Caitlin, how big are the birds that kill a rabbit? Good question, Raiders. What birds killed the rabbit? Ooh, that is icy cold. There are a number of Australian birds that will kill rabbits. All right. There we go. Spicy lime margarita. Oh, kookaburra. So you think it was a kookaburra or an owl? Yep, that makes sense. Carnivores. Tawny frogmouths. Again, carnivore, tawny frogmouth. Very cool bird, though. I think tawny frogmouths look amazing. So cheers, y'all. First drink of the evening, a spicy lime margarita. Oh, yeah, that's good. That is good. Wow. Yep. That chili liqueur gives it a bit of character. It's coming in under the lime, sneaking in. And I only put a tiny bit in, like about 10 mils. If you put more in, if you have a spicy palate, which I don't in particular, but I like putting a little bit in the character. Right, it saves you baiting rabbits. You've got a bunch of carnivorous birds to take out rabbits if they see them. Yep. People underestimate how savage birds can be. We don't have, I mean, the biggest birds around here are ravens, and they're deceptively big every now, because I sort of get this feeling like, oh, they're the same size as magpies, and they're like twice the fucking size of magpie. It's sometimes one will fly past relatively close, and just the noise of their wings as they go past, you go, well, that's a big fucking bird. And it's funny because it's nesting season. Some of the smaller birds get really defensive around their nests, and one of these ravens is sitting around. You get these like minor birds flying at them, going away, and the raven just sits there going, I don't give a fuck off. Maria, that is an excellent idea. Halloween live stream where everyone dresses up. So that'd be in 2 weeks. The closest, because Saturday the 30th is a date night. So 2 weeks from tonight. I don't know. I think that sounds like a good idea. A Halloween live stream, dressing costume. Greg, I agree. The Indian miners being introduced birds, horrible. If I understand correctly, and I could be wrong because I'm not a bird expert, but in my neighborhood, there are two that look a little bit similar. There is the introduced Indian myna, which is spelled M-Y-N-A-H, and then there is a native bird called a noisy miner, which is spelled M-I-N-E-R. Yeah. Oh, geez, Black Metal Heart, you're in an area where you see wedgies, wedge-tail eagles. Big birds. They are big birds. Chin Chin, Maria. Okay. Excellent choice for the first drink of the evening. Some tequila, some chili, some lime. It's a party drink. I mean, this is the sort of thing I probably should have, if I was trying to be flashy, clearly garnish this with a lime. Yes, Black Metal Heart. Yeah, the grey noisy ones, the native Aussies. Yes, and they're just called noisy miners, and it's spelled M-I-N-E-R. Whereas the introduced ones, which are really aggressive and fucking obnoxious, and I don't like them, is M-Y-N-A-H. See, Black Metal Heart. I think rainbow lorikeets are obnoxious. They're very pretty. They're amazingly pretty birds. I just think they're really fucking obnoxious. Oh, no, you saw a few weaver birds in the nest. Nice. What do we get in this neighborhood? We get wattle birds, which I quite like. There are a couple of smaller and far less common ones that I see catch. They're these really little ones, and I don't even know what they are, but they're tiny. And I sometimes see a pair of them, and they're tiny and they move around fast. I don't know what they are. They look like a native bird. I've had a honeyeater on one of Mrs. Angry's flowering plants. We get magpies, we get the ravens, various sorts of pigeon. We get another fun native bird, the butcher bird. They're only little. They look like a cross between a kingfisher and a magpie, but they're pretty serious carnivores. They will kill small beasties, lizards, and small birds and whatnot, and mice and stuff. But they're pretty cool little birds. They have a nice song too. Yes, Black Metal Heart, a tree full of rainbow lorikeets, very headache inducing. Definitely. Oh, nice. Raiders send me a bird photo. I want to see it. Yes, Black Metal Heart. Butcherbirds have a lovely song. I like Magpie song as well. Magpie and Currawongs do good multi-tonal songs and warbles. And yes, Greg, the introduced minor birds are fucking terrible. Need to be gotten rid of. All right, I'm just going to open the tweeters. Where are we? Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to share that from Raiders. Where's my share screen? There we go. There we go. There we go. It's a nice. It's not a king parrot. Is that a king parrot? Very fantastic color. Great color. Love that. Greg, yeah, we do not tend to get the bin chickens in Melbourne. It was a king parrot. Okay. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. We occasionally get a bit of variety in the birds around here. It must be a migratory thing. A couple months ago, 2 months ago, we had just a huge influx of corellas, which are a sort of cockatoo. They're basically white feathers, and they have this something around their eyes that make them look like they have black eyes, which is kind of funny. Yeah, initially when you see the corellas, you might think they're sulfur crested cockatoos, but corellas don't have a crest. The sulfur crested cockatoos, again, all white feathers, but they have these yellow cresting feathers on their head. But yeah, we were overrun with corellas for a couple of weeks, and I think that was a migratory thing, and they're not around anymore now. But I remember the king parrots out on Great Ocean Road. There's a particular place where you can stop and you put some seed in your hand and they just come and sit on your hands. I've got heaps of videos on my YouTube channel of that. Oh, Kirsten, your distillery is surrounded by bin chickens. The alcoholic bin chickens. There you go. All right. So I think I need to make... this has been sitting around for weeks. My homemade spiced rum. I got to make my spice cocktail. Speaking of margaritas, what's the margarita ratios? Fuck you. That is fucking autocorrect, autocomplete. I fucking hate you. The Difford site is often really weird. Okay. Preferred recipe for a margarita cocktail. Okay. Everyone has their own little riff. Oh, they do it on the rock. Okay, so what? Tequila, orange, lime, agave. Fuck. Okay, I was knocking things over here on my table. So I'm thinking, because margaritas, tequila and orange liqueur, I'm going to do rum and blue curacao. Yeah, I think I'll do lime juice. Is it going to need any sugar syrup? I might do a lemon lime sugar syrup, actually. All right, I'm going to do a full shot of blue curacao, though, because I want the drink to be really blue. Oh my God, that just sounds so good/bad, Kirsten. You have a lot of bin chickens around the distillery because they live in the swamp next door. That's got something going on. And Jesus, baby, you live in Clayton. Everything bin chickens at the local tip. Yeah. Yeah, Raiders, the little birds that I get, they most likely some sort of finch, but they're tiny and they move around so fast. I've not really had a decent look at them, and they're not brightly coloured like a lot of finches in Australia have. Pretty striking colours. From what I've been able to see of these little birds, they're largely grey. Every now and then we get a variant of a wren here. These might be some sort of tiny wren, actually. I think I remember them having the sort of tail feathers that I associate with wrens. Chris, they also could be aliens. They could definitely be aliens. Can never rule that out, basically. Finishing my limoncello margarita. That was pretty good. I have to remember that. Might do that for my cocktail channel one day because it's pretty good. Oh, and just that little bit of the Ancho Reyes, the chili liqueur, just keeps it interesting. And again, like I said, if you have a unsolicited advertising now, if you have a chili palette, Ancho Reyes make a green and a red chili liqueur, and they're both really good. But if you have a real chili palette, you could just freaking go to town on that stuff. Dairy Seals Babies, could they be silver eyes or white eyes? They could be. Like I said, I've not got a decent enough look at these ones to know what they are. It's like when I say small, I literally mean they're about this big. They're tiny, and they're finch size. They're tiny, and they move really fast. Best look I've got, they just seem to be grey. So I'm not at all sure what they are. But yeah, we get like the same half dozen sorts of birds around here, and then another half dozen appear very occasionally, and you'll see it. But for a fairly inner suburb, it's a decent range of birds. Actually, for some reason, down around the beach at St Kilda, there are way more parrots. You get sulfur-crested cockatoos and corellas and galahs. For some reason, just down on St Kilda Beach, you get more parrots. I don't know why that is. But you do. You just do. I love this. See, you never know what we're going to talk about on the stream. Tonight, bird talk. Why not? Birds are cool. I like birds. All right, I'm going to put these back because I'm not making another drink with them. Put the tequila back. Just kind of reminds, although I don't drink that much tequila, but I wouldn't have to make too many more tequila drinks to run out of tequila, really. I don't want the agave syrup. I do want the lime juice. It's going to be mostly water now. But there might be a bit of flavour in the water, so why not pour it into the glass? Get that out of the way so I don't knock it over. Don't want to be knocking stuff over on the stream, because that would be embarrassing, as the saying goes. Yeah, it's mostly water. Still got a bit of flavour, though. Chris was the secret Ancient Aliens guy when we need him. Yeah. You know, I've literally never seen a show with that guy on it. I only know him through memes. Yes, Jerry Steele's Baby, the modern day dinosaurs. It's funny, some birds clearly way more dinosaur like than others, very raptor. And in fact, the whole spectrum that we call raptors. But oh my god, like some condors and vultures, abso-fucking-lutely dinosaurs. And then you get cassowaries. Cassowaries are absolutely dinosaurs. Big Bad Ad's getting swooped by plover birds. I haven't been swooped for a while. In fact, the last bird that swooped me, and I did get this on a video for YouTube, was actually a myna. And that was news to me because I didn't know miners swooped people. I was just used to magpies swooping people. And I was going through this park that was notorious for swooping deliberately, with my camera on a monopod to try and capture being swooped. And it was the fucking miners that were doing the swooping, which I was surprised by. I literally didn't know they did it until one swooped me. Yes, Megaleech, it's like saying apes are mammal-like. Apes are very mammal-like. Cassowaries are very fucking dinosaur-like. They're terrifying. Oh yes, but there's the thing that I don't know who does it, but there's bird of the year. It's just like a Twitter vote or something. What do you think is the best bird? I think it was the fairy wren this year. Oh god, that's the other funny thing myna birds do. Sometimes you get a really stupid myna bird that wants to pick a fight with its reflection. We get going on walks with Mrs. Angry, and occasionally I'll see this myna bird fighting with either a car window because it can see its reflection in the glass, or with a wing mirror on a car because it thinks it's another bird. Dumb as shit. See, whereas plovers waking you up at 5:30, you loathe them and they're swooped you too. Don't think we get plovers in this neighborhood. Lot of bird song early in the morning here, though, and particularly breeding season this time. And that's the thing, like some of the bird song in breeding season gets so strident, and because it's hilarious. You go, oh, look at that lovely song they're doing, and all the bird song is, I want to fuck someone. Who wants to fuck me? I'm ready to fuck right now. Seriously, someone should fuck me, because that's what. And we think, oh, what a lovely song. And all the birds, they're just yelling at the top of their lungs, I want to fuck someone. Someone should fuck me. Kirsten, fairy wren is a good bird. I agree. So if you just have pigeons, we have a couple different varieties of pigeon in this neighborhood. Dairy saying mudlarks do that with car windows. There are a lot of birds that are dumb enough to fight their reflections. Yeah, we see myna birds doing that on our walk, and it's just like, you're an idiot. Don't know if that hurts the birds' feelings when I call them idiots. What would be hilarious if one day the myna bird was attacking its reflection, and I sort of leaned towards the car and went, you're an idiot, and there was someone in the car. And then I had to talk I meant the bird, not you. I don't mean you're an idiot. I meant the bird was an idiot. Although I don't think the myna bird would do that to a car if there was a human in it. But you never know. They're pretty dumb. They're not great birds. The imported myna birds. I'm not a fan of any introduced species. If I could do the finger snap and permanently delete the ferals, and that counts birds, foxes, rabbits. What else? Rats, mice. I know we've got marsupial rats and mice. We don't need introduced ones. Yeah. Horses, the feral horses in the snowies. If I could just friggin' snap and they'd all be gone, I would absolutely do it. I'll be polite, and although we probably should get rid of livestock as well, I'll be polite and not do that. But yeah, introduce bird species, the miners, the pigeons, the sparrows, the starlings. I would absolutely just snap, get rid of them. And yes, Black Metal Heart, the people who oppose, actually, I'm not sure what point you're making, but you get people who get upset at the idea of killing feral animals. I think their thought processes are right up there with anti-vaxxers. Yes, absolutely. Safa, white people are introduced to Australia, so I better be careful about what I say about introducing white. I better be careful about what I say about eradicating introduced species, or I'd be in trouble. But yes, I'll be somewhat controlled in what introduced species I get rid of. Sadly, cats and dogs should probably go too. They're terrible for the environment. Well, we don't really get feral dogs. We just get feral cats. And I say this as a cat household. If I could fine tune my Thanos snap for ferals and kill feral cats and not ones that are actually some house pets are a problem. House pets kill a lot of native animals, but they're just a whisker in the problem of feral cats. If I could wipe out the feral cats, I would absolutely do it. Terry, you could stop breeding the livestock. Yeah, but they're not going to stop, are they? Rady's sending me a YouTube vid of plovers going off top. And that's bad. Safa, well, there would be feral cats in Melbourne, like as in ones that used to be household pets, they're gone thing. But the feral cats in the outer suburbs in the country are the problem. So, Kirsten, you've been on an anti-mediocre, you've been on a long anti-mediocre white men rant today. Well, that's fair, honestly. Yeah, see, Abigail, talking people out of eating the livestock is a difficult one. I think we need to move towards that, or it'll happen for us. God, is that more rain coming down outside? So Black Metal Heart is way more feral cats than dogs, but a pack of feral dogs is scary as fuck. He ran into a pack fishing. That would be bad. Oh, that would be real bad. Actually, this is a true story, and I've heard this, that it's really scary it's probably more widespread than this, but people saying in some of the suburbs of Los Angeles, and probably a lot of places, but they get packs of feral chihuahuas, like they used to be pets, and they form little packs. And chihuahuas are nasty, vicious, bitey little fucks. And there will be these packs of, a dozen of them. And they're really dangerous and they're really freaky and scary. Like I've seen video of it. And it's like, oh my God, just this swarm of angry little toothy bastards roaming neighborhoods causing havoc. Very, very weird stuff. Yeah. Feral dogs would be scary because feral cats aren't going to attack humans. Feral dogs would. It's just there are hundreds of times more feral cats than feral dogs, and feral cats are fucking wiping out native fauna. And feral dogs would too. It's just there's far fewer of them. But yeah, I would hate to run into a pack of feral dogs. That sounds like a terrible idea. Alrighty, I'm gonna rinse my jigger out and maybe. Well, again, Safa, feral birds. It's not really the same thing, but introduced bird species are terrible. Introduced bird species are terrible for the ecosystem, and if I could get rid of all introduced bird species, I would do it. And so that's things like miners and parrots and sparrows and starlings and pigeons. They're just off the top of my head. If I could get rid of them, I would. Let me just go to rinse my jigger out. All right, so first decision time. Does anyone want to join the stream? Or, okay, so I'm getting to the stage where I'm going to make a cocktail video, which involves me switching on the camera and doing that. So either I will do it just like to the stream and you get to see me behind the scenes doing things. Or if anyone's in the mood to join the stream, we might get a little bit of Angry Bunch happening and warm everyone up and then let the Angry Bunch manage things while I do. Okay, Nettie's straight up with a yes. So, all right. Yeah, you got to make a drinky. All right. All right, so tell me when you're ready, Nettie, if you're making a drinky. I'm just leaning towards making a drinky of my. You know what? I'm going to have a little martini, actually. Okay. Have a little martini. Freezer martini. Not going to make this one dirty. Yeah, little freezer martini. Ugh. All right. Nettie, you want to make your drink on camera? So, Abigail, you want to show something you found in your apartment? Super low on spoons. Don't even have power of speech at the moment. Well, you can save it for us for another night. No pressure. Mega Leech. Okay, my inner ear thing. Thank you for asking. Because as mentioned on a stream earlier in the week, I had this weird vertigo thing that I get occasionally. And that's been coming back a bit. But today, this afternoon specifically, it mutated into feeling like there was pressure inside my head that was pushing out against my ears. And my tinnitus was really bad, the ringing in the ears. For those who didn't get tinnitus, imagine that noise like microphone feedback, really high-pitched whine, but constant. And yes, the BPPV. I don't have the BPPV today, but it mutated into this thing that was like pressure on the inside of my head pushing out, really bad tinnitus, and also my hearing was weird and fucked up. Everything sounded echoey to me, and that's largely gone away. I've still got quite bad tinnitus at the moment. But yeah, so my inner ear is doing fuck things to me at the moment. Because I felt so weird earlier. I didn't know how long I'd go, but I actually feel pretty good now. My only problem at the moment is really fucking bad tinnitus. Just constant high-pitched whine in my ears. Tinnitus fucking sucks. If you don't have tinnitus, protect your fucking hearing. If you go to loud concerts or nightclubs, wear earplugs. Don't worry about being uncool because you will really regret it if you get this permanent damage that causes tinnitus, because it's fucked. And it's not repairable. It is not repairable. The damage is permanent once it happens. So I've got also, because and I've said this before, since I was a kid, I had infections in this ear. I've had major surgery multiple times. There's probably 50% hearing loss in this ear, and probably somewhere between 10 and 20% hearing loss in this ear. Hearing loss in this ear is from being around too many loud things, concerts and nightclubs. Hearing loss in this ear is because of the infections and surgeries and shit. And just the tinnitus. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. I love it. This is a nice contrast. Dry martini after that sweet margarita. Nice contrast. Oh, man, I fucking love martinis, honestly. It's just, that's a drink, man. That's a fucking drink. You drink that, you know you're having a drink. Yes, Raiders, wear earmuffs when using power tools or mowing because you fucking underestimate how much damage noise is doing to you. And the damage is permanent. If you have ever had a big night out at a concert or a nightclub or something and woke up the morning with your ears ringing and going, oh, I'll get over this, you have actually already done permanent damage to your hearing. That immediate effect will fade, but if you get that, you have actually done permanent damage to your hearing. This is it. Angry's cautionary tale. Don't be like me, kids, with this hideous noise in your head all the fucking time. I was actually thinking bad tinnitus would be very bad for someone with mental health conditions like schizophrenia. Anything hallucinatory or anything that challenges your perception of reality, if you have that and you have something that sounds like screaming in your head, very fucking bad combination. Probably really lucky I don't have particularly significant mental health challenges, because mental health challenges coupled with tinnitus, bad fucking combination. Metal Maniac. See, again, Matt, with a username like Metal Maniac, yeah, you've done hearing damage. Dude, that goes almost without saying. We see your screen name, Metal Maniac, Matt. You've done hearing damage. Oh, Nettie, did I not post the link? Okay, I was waiting for you. I thought you were off making a drink. Okay, so anyone who's up for it. Link for joining and chatting is on the screen. Derek, hello. Hello in the UK. I assume it's, Friday morning for you. I hope it's gearing up to be a good day for you. Safa, are sound bars a bad idea? You mean like, no, sound bars are a good idea because flat screen TVs generally have a really shitty sound. But Jesus, it'd have to be a really full-on sound bar, and you'd have to be sitting really close to it for a sound bar on your TV to give you hearing damage. Dude, I'm talking about fucking nightclubs or rock bands. 11 a.m., Derek, okay. Thinking about lunch, maybe? Greg's joining. How you doing?
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Greg and Nettie.
Hello.
How you doing?
It's hot in here.
Is it? Bit stuffy.
Yeah.
What's the fun? Yeah, there's like a flashing light behind you.
Halloweeny things.
Oh, nice! That is so cool. And Chris,
hello.
You're in the dark.
Yes, I am.
That's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I was having issues with Zoom not turning off, so I blocked the camera.
Okay, fair enough. We'll hang out. Nettie's all in the horror. We've actually opened the place up because I got a new washing machine today.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. No, my washing machine just died like a week ago, so I haven't done any laundry for 2 weeks because I had a week's worth of washing ready to go, and it friggin' died. And because we're in lockdown, you can do a click and collect, but I've just got like a hatchback, and I had no way of knowing if a friggin' washing machine would fit my car, so I couldn't order online and pick it up. So I had to order and get delivery, and they went, that'll be a week. And I'm like, cool, no washing for 2 weeks. That's fine.
Oh, boy.
But it arrived today, and it's very flat. Because seriously, my last washing machine was a real little trooper. I think it lasted about 20 years.
Wow.
I know, right?
You must have been very good to it.
I don't know. It's just a little trooper. It just kept going. You know, it went to the point it was so old where the buttons that you push on it, the plastic around it was all cracking just from like 20 years of being clicked. And then it just gave up. It was like, yeah, okay, washing some clothes, filling up with water, spinning them around. That's all good. Rinse cycle. Yeah, no, not doing that, mate. Not doing that. It just sat there for a while and then made this alarm sound like it was broken. And it was just like, well, fuck me. The washing machine's broken. But we got a new one today, and we had the house really open when we were being very cautious. The delivery dudes, we had a couple of doors open. We wanted airflow happening, had extractor fans on. They did a great job setting it up, and it's bigger than the old one. So it's like I fill it up, and it's like takes twice as much clothes. So it's like,
Oh wow.
So, and I supported, rather than getting a cheap brand, I got the good old made in New Zealand Fisher and Paykel.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
Putting them Kiwis.
yeah. Well, rather than buying something cheap made in China, which is what all the other brands are. But
Yeah.
it's really funny again because it's like a 20-year newer washing machine. The old one, the buttons had a physical thing, like you had to push them in. There was a physical thing. Whereas these new ones, it's like an iPhone. It's just like a touch sensitive thing. And so the first couple times I used it, I'm really pushing hard on this flat panel that doesn't. And then I sort of worked. You don't have to do that. It's a new machine. Yeah.
There you go.
I got
So
a
that
new
was
machine.
my highlight. Sorry, Greg, what were you saying?
No, I got a new washing machine as well a couple of weeks ago, and I noticed
Ooh.
it cleans better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I will probably notice my clothes have been cleaned better because I've just been relying on this 20-year-old washing machine, and now I've suddenly got a new. Oh, and it's the fun thing is it has different spin cycles of varying speeds, and so I think it defaults to the high speed one, and it just sounds like a jet turbine whirring up when it's spinning, and it's just like, man, look at that. And it's yeah.
We have
Oh my god! It's like, how exciting is my life? I'm talking about my washing
washing
machine.
machine.
It's like,
And
We
we
have
talk
a,
about everything here.
we got a nice pair here in my apartment. We rent, and it's a nice modern complex. We have
Yeah.
rather modern appliances, so they're nice. They're nice compared to the crappy laundromat at the other place we had. This is nice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. See, we're all doing washing machines. Derek's getting a new washing machine on Sunday. 45
Ooh.
quid delivery. Well, that's equivalent to me, man. It was like $50 delivery or $75 for silver service, which is taking away the old washing machine, installing the new one, and making sure it works. And I went, yeah, let's have that. Let's have
Yeah,
that.
that's probably a good idea.
Take the old one away,
Let's-
actually unpack it, connect it, make sure it's working. I think that's worth $25.
Oh yeah,
So,
to stop you from frying your fuse box or flooding your apartment, your house. Yeah.
flooding was also just getting because it's big, getting it out of the box, and because that's the whole thing. They would just drop it off in a box or pay them a little bit more, and they'll take it out of the box, take away your old one, and connect the new one. And I'm like, yep. I was looking at it going, should I get that? And Mrs. Angry going, yes, you should get that.
The brains of the information.
But yeah, the brains of the operation said, yeah, do that.
What have you got on your tie tonight?
Skeletons or skulls, because I'm going to make
good,
it.
you're
I'm going to make getting
Halloweeny.
spooky. Yeah, no, I'm going to make a Halloween cocktail video. So I've got my Halloweeny tie on. I'm going to make a
Yes,
couple
I'm
other
in a
ones.
Halloweeny
too.
mood too. I'm wearing black.
Nice, yeah. And the jack o' lantern is pretty cool. It's
Mm.
funny
And then
from
you've
the
got
distance.
ghosty too.
Now I know what it is. I know what it is, but at first it was like I can just see a flashing light, and I don't. And it was it's a jack o' lantern, cool, and a black, cat. Yeah.
There you go.
Climbing all- You know,
Yeah, we're
you
being-
know you're not allowed up there.
Oh yeah, cats know what they're not allowed to do. Yeah.
Hmm.
Bugger. No, there he is.
Oh.
Just running the world, that cat.
Mhm.
He does.
I'm shrouded in
He runs the apartment.
mystery. I'm the mystery man for Halloween.
Hmm.
And that's very Halloweeny as well, Chris. Honestly,
Yeah. There you go. See, it's a
I
spook.
like it. Chris is broadcasting from the void.
Exactly.
Mm.
We have delicious cookies. Everything else is terrible.
Join us on the dark side. Ooh, you guys talk. I need to take this call.
Oh, he needs to take a call.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sure
Oh
it's
my.
He's going to the toilet.
maybe. It's a good
Or
segue.
not.
It's a good segue. Oh,
So
no.
how come you're shrouded in mystery tonight, Chris?
Oh, I have tape over my webcam because before I left my job a few weeks ago, Zoom kept staying open and it was giving me issues with closing. And so I'm just like, I'm taping up my camera. So,
Oh,
yeah, so that's
privacy.
pretty much. Yeah, StreamYard's a lot better than a lot of other websites, but and Zoom in particular. But yeah, I just kept. If I have the version I was using was for work, and it was not very happy with my computer, so I just covered my camera and yeah, I updated it now that I'm not working for those guys anymore, and so now it's all good. It works fine, but I'm still nervous, so I only unpull it when I need to.
Okay. Where'd you go, Greg? Oh,
I just my wife was giving me instructions.
Instructions.
I said you can go back in the lounge and watch me on the Angry Aussie channel.
Oh, there you go. Sometimes my lady watches too, but she's asleep, and I'll be getting off here in about an hour or two. You guys come. Hangry comes on so much earlier. Time has changed.
He's gone. He's not there. He's gone.
Oh, he's not there. Hello.
Yeah, this is Queenie.
Hi.
hi.
I used to watch Angry Aussie channel a long time ago.
Oh, you still do watch Angry Aussie channel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I could say hello to Angry Aussie, but
But he's probably gone to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he is gone. Oh my
It's a
god.
bit early. He's not allowed. He's not allowed to go to bed this early. I mean,
No.
sweet.
Trouble. Oh, that's funny. Went from a viewer to participating.
Yeah, I'm a keyboard jockey.
Oh, are you now?
No, I'm not. or is it long time listener, first time caller?
There you go. That's it. Long time listener, first time caller.
That's it.
Yeah, there used to be this girl in my hometown across the country where I'm from. When my mom was still living there, and I was there for a little bit doing a job. And on the college radio station, there was this very Valley Girl type girl who was a DJ, and she only took it like half seriously. And she'd be on the radio being the DJ, like because in town you'd pick up the radio station. So I kept putting it on that radio because it cracked me up because she was just whatever about it, and just making silly jokes. And like, oh my god, I'm so excited with the next song. Like, oh my god, I was dying. I loved it. It was so funny. And my mom absolutely hated listening to this girl. So anytime I got in the car with her when I was there that summer, I kept putting that girl on the radio. And so finally, I think she was saying that her term was up and she's done. So I did that. I'm like, hey, long time listener, first time caller. Just want to say that my mom absolutely loves listening to you. We're big fans. I played that back, and I made sure I had the radio on with my mom in earshot to hear that. She's like, "Christopher, I told you I didn't like that lady."
Have you ever listened to,
you're in trouble when they say your whole name.
Exactly.
Christopher.
Have you ever listened to WFMU in really New Jersey?
New Jersey. Wow. No.
Yeah, it's like a public radio station, but they've had a show called Shut Up Weirdo. There's these two ladies that just berate people. People will call up. They'll have a question. People will call up and they'll berate them and mock them. It's very, yeah.
Yeah. The only, we have like
So people call up to be mocked and berated.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's an interesting twist on that.
But it's New York sort of style, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would be funny. So that they got the right accent, that'd be hilarious. If they got a good New York accent, then you can just be offensive all day and it's just funny. That's just how it's done. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're just always mad.
Yeah. Whenever they talk, everybody's expecting a punchline.
Exactly.
They've always got attention because people are waiting for the punchline all the time.
Yeah, the only community stations we have where I live currently is the Portland area, Even though I'm in Washington, we're stuck with Oregon Public Broadcasting, and then we have like a KBOO, which is a community radio. But oh god, all over the place. 1 minute they have like some super left activists on there, and it's awesome. And then like a week later they have like some crappy NPR thing on there. You can't make heads or tails of it. And then some weeks they'll play classical music, and then they'll just switch genres to like country music, and then like the next week they go to like opera, and you cannot keep up with that station. So I don't listen to it, but that's what we got.
I just put the
Gee, you
link.
must be having a good phone call.
Well, I hope it's a good phone call, not a bad phone call.
Mm. I heard he hasn't sat down on the couch.
Oh no.
Huh.
That reminds me of a Seinfeld episode where like he's trying to like George is trying to make out with this girl, and the phone starts ringing, and he's like, there could only be 3 emergencies in the whole planet right now. I'm telling you. Oh, George, stop! I gotta pick the phone up. And she picks the phone up, and she's like, "Wait, she's dead." And George is just right behind her, going, "Oh well, I guess make that 4 emergencies in the whole world." I love Seinfeld. Good stuff. What's the chat doing? I don't have it up right now.
They're not doing much.
They're not
Come on,
doing
chat, do something.
talk.
Very, very disappointing.
It is. It's very sad. Hold on. I gotta. Hopefully this doesn't. Okay, good. That's muted. Right.
I got a question from Mega Leech. No, that's not how I met my missus.
Oh,
So when I started making videos, was it like maybe 13 years ago?
that's it.
And then I was dating her at the time, and then she started making videos as well.
Oh, there you go.
We didn't meet on YouTube.
Yeah.
To answer that.
Hi Raiders. I think I've been doing video. Jesus Christ, God, fucking, I'm 32. So I started really when I was a little kid. I started making money when I was like 14. So what is that? What is that? 16 years or something? Who knows? Almost 20. How about that? Oh my God. Should have seen me when I got my first VHS camera. Well, no, when my dad got the camera, then he never used it again. It was a Christmas present for my dad, and I was like, "Oh, thanks for this." Good times. Oh my God. Anything? What shall we say about him while he's away? That's funny. LOL. Safa's hi. Safa, the Russian connection, which is like the whole theme of Grand Theft Auto 4 is the Russian connection. It's a good game. God, I cannot believe that game's so old. That came out, 2008? What is it now? 2021? Jesus. That makes you feel old. Pull up an old movie or a TV show that you think is kind of recent, then look at the date, and you're like, oh my God. Crazy. Oh, my sunflowers look so nice right now. My girlfriend brought me over sunflowers. They look very nice in the corner.
Nice and black.
Yes, they're beautiful. They're down here in the void, I have night vision, so I can see them. The tape is really up there so that way people don't know I'm Batman. Have you ever seen me and Batman in the same place? No. That ghost.
Angry.
Come back angry. That ghost is great up. It's like a light up ghost.
Huh?
The ghost behind you. It's all light up. I didn't realize there was a ghost behind your pumpkin.
Where did you get those? They're just from
Cute. Woolies.
Oh, Woolies. Oh yeah, they're selling more stuff. Halloween stuff.
Yeah, they had oh, isn't he cute?
He
I
is
like
cute.
him.
The little smile.
He there. There we go. I'm doing the corner.
Oh, there we go.
So So yeah, I bought him from Woolies. It's not working.
There you go. There you go. Just gotta watch out for your kitty cat. What's your kitty cat's name?
Zorro.
Oh, that's an awesome name. Hi, Zorro. Are you gonna fight me with the sword?
Yes.
Not a black cat.
He, the reason we called him Zorro was because when he was a kitten, he left the mark of Zorro on people.
That's funny.
But it's not a
Yeah,
it's not a black cat.
Yeah, he's black. But he's got a
Does it-
tiny little bit of white at his throat.
Can it do the void? Like
Yeah,
when it
he can
curls
be
up.
a void. Oh yes, I've sat on him so many times. He
No,
just
you've seen the photos
blends
of
into
cats
a
with-
black blanket
Oh yeah.
completely. You don't even realize he's there until he opens his eyes, and that's like, oh, there's a live thing there.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend's cat Josie, she has these white paws. Like the rest of her is brown, but she has a white nose and white paws, and they look like gloves. So adorable. Cutest cat I've ever came close to owning. She's just so adorable. Loves Cape.
Zorro's very demanding and talkative, and he never talks when the live stream's on, but
He's shy.
he's a little shy.
A little shy.
Yeah. One time he sat right in front of while I went away from the live stream, he sat right in front of the laptop and just stared straight at the camera.
Yeah,
like a midget.
he's filling in for you.
Yeah, he was filling in.
Yeah. Josie is also she wouldn't meow at all when she was first a kitten, but now that she's older, she won't stop talking.
Yeah. When we first moved into this apartment, he was so traumatized. We didn't know that cats could have eyebrows until we saw his really worried face. Oh, these eyebrows are all the way up here.
What?
He was so upset.
What the hell have you done to this place?
Sorry.
That's what he thought. He you let him out of the carrier, and he's like, "What the hell happened?"
Yeah. He was so upset, and then he disappeared. And it turned out he'd gotten into this couch. It's actually a fold-out bed. He'd gotten into the bed, folded up inside the couch. He was so upset.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend's a pet sitter, and the other day she was pet sitting for an overnight, and she never met the cat. The cat ate and went to the bathroom, but she never met him. he was inside the couch the whole time.
Inside it, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's such a scaredy cat.
Mm-hmm.
He but yeah, and then for the next few weeks, he wandered around the apartment. And when I turned off all the lights, he would wander around going, "Ah!" He sounded like a demonic baby at times. It was really creepy. The only way I could get him to stop for 10 minutes was to throw a sock at him.
There you go.
Like,
Hi,
it
Kristen.
would just go on all night. It was awful.
Kristen's husband insists he's on his deathbed. Oh no. Is he?
He's got man flu?
He's got
Or
man.
hang-
That's a real thing.
Mhm.
That's a real thing. I'm
Mm.
such a baby when I get sick. I'm not even gonna lie. I am. I am. My girlfriend can deal with all this stuff when she's not feeling well or in pain and stuff. And I get like a slight cold. I'm dead. I'm dying. It's over. It's 100% a thing. Same with my mom. She'll get a little cold, keep trucking on. Not me. No, it's all over. I get the sniffles and it's done. Pull the plug, get it out.
I'll be back. I'm getting some water.
Yeah, I luckily have water. I filled up my wonderful drink. My what is this? It's a Zach thermos. You can't see it. It's in the void. You can't see it. He's got man reaction to his Pfizer vaccine. Oh, he'll be fine. Goodness, great God, man. It's a good thing he got vaccinated. If he got COVID, he'd be done. He'd be done real quick. Oh, welcome back, Michael. And Nug, I see
Hi,
you.
Michael.
Nug had a comment. Back when games were all brown, I do not miss that aesthetic. True.
When were games all brown?
Well, he was making the fact that Grand Theft Auto 4 is much more realistic looking, as in it's like kind of gray and concretey. It has more of a real world contrast. Like if you go outside,
Oh.
gray day. Whereas Grand Theft Auto 5 is like super colorful and pops out and it's beautiful. And people were grumpy about that. So that's why they did that. Oh, he's had no one to give him attention? Oh, well, no wonder why he's so upset. Anyway.
You're getting out of quarantine. I mean, not quarantine. The other thing, lockdown. Aren't you, Kirsten?
Oh yeah, isn't she in like Sydney or something, right?
She's in Sydney.
Lordy.
We're about 2 weeks behind them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about you guys is you're getting your population vaccinated up before you lift up your restrictions. So that's
Yeah.
nice. That means you're not going to have to do what we did in the U.S., where every 2 weeks it changes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like,
especially
the restrictions.
So yeah, with restrictions, yeah, because like we start opening up, we start vaccinations go up, and then people are like, I'm not gonna get vaccinated, I'm gonna do whatever I want to, blah. And then a bunch of people get sick, and then we have to go back, and then they come out, and then we have to go back, and it's a fucking nightmare.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, those anti-vax jerks are just so much more prevalent here.
Yeah, they're pretty annoying. I live in the CBD, and this is where they come to roam around and shout stuff and get arrested.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah, it's like, oh, here come the plague rats.
Pretty
Stay
much.
inside.
Stay away.
again.
Don't let them bite you. I went to a bar tonight. Someone else made me a drink. Oh wow, fancy.
That is fancy.
It's fancy. Me and my girlfriend were going up to an old mill tomorrow, one of the first buildings in the state. Let's look at the fall foliage, and then gonna go and eat outside somewhere. Because we don't dare go inside around here, man. Everyone, God, it's way too scary to go inside still. Can Victoria send a group of unvaccinated to Sydney? I don't know. I hope not.
Victoria set up a group of unvaccinated people to Sydney.
I don't think so. You guys have much tighter controls than we ever had here.
Whoa! You went to a bar.
A bar.
Oh, can't wait to go to a bar again.
Yeah. I can't wait to go sit down and eat a nice meal again inside and not be terrified of dying. That's what I'm excited for. Simple things.
Yeah, I just want to go out and, I don't know, drink and yell. Yelling seems to have a lot to do with it. I really want to yell a lot.
Yeah, right. Like
Get excited, yell.
Yeah, getting excited with going, like, for me, it's like, I don't go to sporting events because, like, you can't really yell with a mask on right now, so it's like not fun. It doesn't feel safe. But man, when it feels safe, I cannot wait to go and hoot and holler at like a basketball game or something, or even better, a softball game. Sadly, I'm usually the only fan there at the damn softball game. So much good college softball around here, but nobody cares about it. Sad.
I just want to go out and have fun, meet people.
Oh my God, talking to other human beings.
Yeah,
Face
meet
to
other
face.
humans.
Face to
Face to
face.
face.
Yeah,
Have a
soon.
little bit of a flirt. Wear some nice clothes.
Oh, there you
Be
go.
fun.
I am very
Have
lucky.
fun.
Very lucky that I found someone last year when this all started. A few months after this all happened, I'm very lucky. I was not single for the whole. I think I would. Oh my God, no way! That would have been so hard to go through single. Ugh. watch the whole world fall apart, and you don't have anyone to hug. Be like, oh my god, it's okay though. We got each other right.
Yeah. Oh well, we're single. I mean, I am, but I got my kids, so.
And a cat.
Okay. Oh yeah, cats. 2 cats and a dog.
Well, I mean, hell, if you got cats, you're all good. I'm kidding.
What? What was that?
If you got cats, and so what else you need in your life, you know? They take enough.
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes you like a little back and forth with humans.
Yeah.
You know, cats just go round, 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 and
Yeah. You see, the real thing I'm hiding is I'm actually a cat.
yeah.
I'm hiding that I'm really a cat.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I offended you.
yeah. I got ears. And everything. I'm kidding.
Catman.
Catman. Michael, I can't. I desperately want to go camping. I really do, but unfortunately, my car is all messed up because my mother wrecked it, and we don't have the insurance deductible yet to pay to get it fixed.
It's your mama Leadfoot.
Yep. No, she's not from.
Mama's a Leadfoot.
She's not from around here. She's only been out here for less than a year, and when it rains here, it rains for like months, and so roads get flooded for the first couple weeks. And she thought she was hitting a puddle when she was driving into a flooded road. That's what happened.
Oh.
I know, Kirsten. That's why it's fine, and people have seen my Facebook. It's okay. Yeah. So So the worst thing about it is like, so you know, I have an electric car, and she ripped off the undercarriage, and the undercarriage is protecting, you know, the battery, and electricity and water don't mix well, and it's wet season. So yeah, and when you drive the car, you hear a little flopping. So it does not. It's been parked now for a month.
Ah,
So
oh dear. Can you get it fixed?
we will when we get the money. When we get the money. Whenever the money comes. That's why I had to leave my last job. They didn't pay me for 4 months. I leave.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I was working for a school doing ESPN broadcasts, and they just didn't pay me. And my job required me to travel a couple hundred miles out to the school to do on broadcast days, which there aren't that many, but I that's just how it was, because it was ridiculous. And so, you know, they weren't paying me. So after like a couple of months, I couldn't afford to go out there anymore, so I had to leave. Like that was it. It's done. And then sure enough, 2 weeks after I leave, they get back to me and they're like, so HR finally did your paperwork. You're going to get a paycheck next week. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm really sorry about this, but you're going to have to do some more paperwork.
Well, you know, they're gonna pay you.
Exactly. So I'm finally getting my final piece of that check next week, and then I can move on with it. Just in time for the Hollywood workers and TV workers to all strike.
Are you a union, like in a union in the States? Or
I wish, but a lot of large TV and film productions and broadcasts are about to be shut down because of the unions.
Why?
Because the movie industry are a bunch of grubby assholes that don't want to give up any money.
They are, aren't they?
Yes, South 5. I got my first batch, and I'm going to get my second batch.
They don't want to stop abusing people sexually.
Oh,
They don't
no,
want to pay
no,
their
no.
workers. They don't want to do this and that.
You
What a pack of whingers.
think that's a problem? Just like that is a huge problem. But, oh my God! But like, just in the time that I was working with them, we had no crew because they kept forcing people to work. The crewing company we were working for, they kept that we used to crew everything. They didn't have any staff because everybody kept getting sick or getting exposed because they weren't following protocols. Because half the people in the crewing company work in Idaho, and Idaho has no mask regulations, no social distancing, nothing. It's
Oh, that's
horrible.
fucked.
It's terrible. Yeah, it's so
That's-
bad. The hospitals in Idaho have been closed for months. Like you can't get medical treatment because everyone's sick with COVID. It's bad. It's horrible. And so, you know, we kept having to cancel broadcasts because there was no one to work, and so that's why they're striking.
Did you get the
I
money,
need to go
Chris?
get some ice.
Yes, I did. I
Can look
got
at
the
my
first batch a couple weeks after I quit. And hello, you. Well, look, It's the cat hour.
Oh, I could sit and watch this all night.
There you go. But yeah, I got the first batch a couple weeks after I left. I'm getting my last bit now. I think it's horrible. I had to quit to get paid. So just goes to show you, we're not going to pay me as long as I keep working. Good old America. God, I wish I was in Canada. At least I'd have a little bit of decency, Not much, but a little bit. Remember the movie strike of 2008? Yes, I do remember that because wages went up considerably. That was right when I started working professionally because that's when I graduated high school. So I remember that very well.
I wonder what
this phone call is about. Like, Jesus, what's happening? What do you think? Mr. Kitty Cat, how do you feel about this phone call?
I was looking.
What does Zoro think? he's giving. He's looking right at me. I can see through the shadows. I can see your eyes. He's calling on somebody. He's calling somebody. I have a red.
Good, Joel.
Yeah, good kitty. I have a red wine bottle that has a bottle cap on it. What evil is this? I don't know, Michael. It should have a cork.
No, you don't want corks.
No, why not?
Because of the germ inside of the plant that makes the cork, and it'll give you corkage. It's this wet, smelly dog smell.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason for corks.
But isn't that posh?
Yeah,
Odd
it's just
things are posh. Some odd things can be very posh.
But yeah, it's corkage is the issue. Yeah.
There you go, Michael. There's your answer. That's why it has a bottle cap on it. It's not evil. In fact, it's helping you. You just don't know it yet.
Like I've smelt the bacteria and it is horrible. It's not good.
No.
Oh.
Michael says he needs a stubby opener. Speaking of bottle cap openers, I have a bottle cap opener on my keychain.
Yeah, I've got one of those too on a carbonator that has like multi things on it, like a multi tool.
Yeah, I have just a legitimate keychain bottle opener, and it is from.
I gotta check something.
Okay, it's from Randy's Liquor in Westville, Indiana, from 1975. My dad got it then when he was in delinquent school. He snuck over to the liquor store and he kept this and he gave this to me before he passed, and so I've kept it with me. But I don't have it for alcohol because I don't drink alcohol. What I have it for is Coke bottles, because I love Coca-Cola. So I think it's hilarious that I carry a bottle cap opener, but just for soda or good root beer. Oh, I've talked with Angry before about a good root beer. Oh man. I love root beer.
I just texted Andrew. Angry.
Andrew. So formal.
Angry. Sorry.
Andrew.
The fucker up from the top right corner.
Yeah.
Anyway, I texted him to ask, is everything okay? Are you awake? Should I say that? Are you awake? Haven't fallen asleep yet, have you?
I'll probably make him.
Say that?
Do
we need to wake you up?
It's funny. That's like a good root beer. It's funny, Mega Leaves. U.S. has made it, and the root beer is back, I guess. What's nice about I have my favorite root beer is Northwest brand, of course, because I'm such a hipster in the Pacific Northwest. It's such a big deal. And Kristen also has a bottle opener on her keys. How about that? And it's called Blue Sky. It's organic root beer. It's amazing. Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah. It's there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, I should show you guys my bottle opener. Cute.
You should. You should. I also have a separate bottle opener that has a picture of Coca-Cola. Obviously, you can see that here in the void. I'm looking at it. I can show you it, but
Yeah, it's probably worth a lot.
yeah. Oh yeah, so expensive. Ooh, it looks like a bat.
Yeah.
Looks like a. That's awesome. It looks like Batman.
It's a goth bottle opener.
Oh yeah.
And this is a bottle stopper. And watch this. Yeah. He's drunk. Little beast man. Whee!
That's cute. He's got a little tie on and everything. It's adorable. Safa, that's true. That will haunt him for the rest of time. Are you awake? That will haunt him. Angry.
Kitty likes it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The funniest thing about Josie Cat is she eats. I've told Angry this a few times. Is once a week we give her a French fry, just one French fry, a small one. She eats it. She loves French fries. I think it's hilarious. It's just a potato. She can eat it occasionally. She'll be fine. But I think it's funny. She thinks it's a treat, so she just eats a little French fry, and she's like, "Oh, I'm getting a treat," but it's just a potato. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. Stop it.
Is that enough? Is that enough of the tomfoolery? Whee!
Megaleech, you're right. I should have said freedom fries. I'm sorry about that. I failed you all. I'll have to renounce my American citizenship now and then call it freedom fries.
I'm surprised they didn't make a comeback, Freedom Fries.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. We went from one fascist in Bush to Trump. Every time we get a fascist in office, it should come back. Freedom fries.
Maybe Trump doesn't like Freedom Fries. Maybe he's more of a fries guy.
All I know is he eats
Maybe
pizza
some
with
wedges. I can see him being a wedgies man.
Yeah. That's terrible. Oh God. Out of everything that he's ever done, I think if he likes wedgies, I think that's probably the worst thing. That's just terrible. Come on. That's way too much potato. Too much.
Do you have potato wedges in the States?
Yes, we do have potato wedges in the States, but they're not very popular.
What are they called? Potato wedges?
Yes.
Look, there's another kid.
Oh my God, there's another one. They're multiplying. You'd be surprised all the food we have in America. Oh my God, it's black and white. It's like black and white TV over there. The camera is like, it's just she's too bright. It's adorable. Oh my goodness. There you go. Just leave the cats on. That's all we need. Oh man. I don't know. You know what's surprising actually is we have Veggie Night in the States, but every grocery market you'll find Veggie Night. Nobody eats it.
I'm not asleep, you rude bastards, by the way.
I didn't tell her to say that.
I did ask for.
I know.
Backup.
Again, I'm glad you all just kept chat going. I just had to be the supportive little brother to one of my sisters. It was just family stuff. And as soon as I saw her name come up, I know what she's stressed about. I need to talk to her. It would have been really rude to just let her leave a message. So thank you all for keeping things going while that happened.
No worries.
I'm not asleep because I've only had I've had 2 drinks, haven't I? But it's now 9:44. It's almost like I've had no drinks. I need to have another drink.
Yeah, drink up, man. It's fucking party.
You better make it a zombie.
Oh no,
make it a zombie.
I recorded my zombie video on another stream, and then of course the way I do my YouTube videos is I do stuff to camera and I make one and then I drink it. But then I'm usually the next day I'll make another one and I'll do close-ups to get sexy slow-mo pouring shots of it going in.
Mhm.
And then I'm usually bored and I'll milk clarify that and I drink it on later streams. But okay, you know what? I don't think I even want to make, because all of next week's videos are already done. I don't think I even want to shoot videos on tonight's stream, even though I set up for it. I think I just want to fucking drink. Let's just make a couple fucking drinks.
There you go. There you go.
Let's make some drinks.
Before you do that, have you ever been to Little Lon Distilling? in
I
the
have
CBD?
not. Oh, okay, for reals, my job when I was in an office, Little Lon was at the ground floor of the building I was working in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that you weren't working in. I think you were working in the government, maybe.
Yeah, there's a government
Yeah.
building there.
Yeah, there used to be ATO was there and a few other
Yeah.
places.
Yeah, but
that-
sorry, what are you saying, Greg? Go.
Oh, that place was open today for takeaway.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Abigail's joining us too. Hello. I did buy a workmate who was leaving. I got in charge of doing farewell presents. One guy who was leaving, I got a Starwood whiskey so they'd remember Melbourne because they were leaving Melbourne. Another one, I got a Little Lon gin because they weren't. Oh no, she left Melbourne too, I think. But it's like, this is to remember because this was made just downstairs from where we were working. And so it's like, if people nominate me to get a going away present for someone, it's always going to be booze. It's just going to.
I was decluttering this week and I found something in an old wallet.
Oh my God, a Jolt Cola card.
Oh,
my God.
Jolt
Jesus.
Cola.
Early
Driven
when I
Guts.
first moved to Melbourne, I was so into Jolt Cola.
Membership number on the back.
Oh, nice.
It's from a long time ago.
Oh, I was so into Jolt Cola back in the day.
Jolt's been gone a long time in the
Oh.
States too.
So was I. I
I
had all kinds of merchandise from Jolt because what you could do was rip off the labels from the bottles and collect them and use them as points. And they had a catalog. You could redeem those labels for stuff. And I got so much Jolt Cola branded stuff. I even had the Jolt Cola boxer shorts. There was a
That's cool.
there was a Jolt Cola a sport jockstrap with the Jolt Cola logo on the front. I didn't get that. Yeah, it was great.
Great Sage. Lovely to see you.
Hi, Michael.
Shit. I nearly knocked over my sparkling Shiraz
Oh, you don't want to do that, man. You don't want to do that.
that actually had like one of those on the top.
Ah,
Oh,
that's
So I
actually
did
for
need-
a wine.
I needed like 3 different can openers to get into it.
I've got speaking of sparkling, I've got some nice soda waters. I think I'll just have a whiskey highball. Where's my glass gone?
So I've been making dice towers.
Making what?
what towers?
Oh, dice
Dice
towers. Yes.
The hell is that?
Explain a dice tower, Michael.
Okay, you drop the dice in there and it bounces off those platforms and then spits out down the bottom. It's so people can't drop the dice and get you know how they get that thing of putting it in their hand with a certain number up and then they just drop the dice and it doesn't roll? It must roll. So
Oh, okay.
it's for my D&D games.
Yeah, I can't use one of those because that's how I win board games is by cheating.
See,
All right.
I win D&D by going the DM, so I can't cheat.
There you go. Like being the banker in Monopoly, you can't lose.
You just reminded me. I think it was an old Dragon magazine comic where there's a D&D group, and you go, "Oh, my cousin Mikey from Jersey is here. He wants to play tonight." And he's like a stereotype of a mob guy, and he's just like, "Okay, rolling for strength." And Mikey goes, "Yeah, I've got my lucky dice with me," and rolls 3 6s, and he's like, "Oh, 18." And he goes, "Okay, rolling for that." And Mikey keeps getting maximum rolls each time, and someone goes, "Mikey, I'm starting to think your dice are loaded." And Mikey goes, "I prefer to think of them as magic." And
there you go, it worked.
I saw someone roll an 1800 on strength once.
Oof. Well, it's got to happen sometime.
Mm.
I remember doing it as my brother was DMing, and I was rolling a fighter character, and I rolled an 18, and we're like, okay, and we only had 1 percentile dice, 1 10-sided, so and the first one I rolled was a 0, and he's like, "Oh," and he's like, "Fuck off, it's gonna be shit. The next one's not gonna be 0, and it's gonna be shit." And I went, "Oh, you never know." And it was like a 2. So it was like the least benefit from having rolled a 0 for the first one. But he was saying what he basically said was, "I'll let you throw out that 0 roll because your next roll is going to be shit." And I'm like, "No, it could be good." And he said, "It won't be." And I said, "It could be." And I rolled it and it wasn't. And I was just like,
I never understood why they had percentile strength.
"Oh, that was an advanced thing
In second edition.
Yeah.
A friend of mine actually, on his first character, said, "I want to play a barbarian." And he rolled 18, 18, 17, 16, 17, 15.
Holy shit.
Yes. He was a big fan of Conan. So guess what his character was called?
A what?
Conan. He called his character Conan.
Of course.
Yeah. Because he rolled he rolled the super barbarian.
That's cool. Who's that in the chat? Rabid Game Fan. Heard about Jolt recently. Was exclusive to dollar stores there. It was in 7-Elevens here. When I first moved to Melbourne in the 90s, I drank so much of it.
And some milk bars, namely the milk bar across the road from my first job.
Oh, right.
And yeah, I know. And when the business moved, the milk bar owner said, "Oh, I can order a case of Jolt Cola for you if you'd like, since you might not be able to get it where you're moving." So yeah, that didn't last long.
Yeah. But I mean, you know what they have now for the soda stream in Coles, and I think Woolworths too. Like, I can get Pepsi Max, so I could make my own Jolt Cola now. Just make triple strength Pepsi Max because I have the syrup now, so I can make it as strong as I want.
There you go.
That's not dangerous.
No, that's not dangerous at all.
Not dangerous at all. No. Caffeine never hurt anybody.
Oh, that's nice.
No.
So, just made myself a whiskey highball with the Starwood Fortress there, 100 proof, single malt. And again, this is one
has killed people.
Cappy soda. Aussies, Cappy make these great sodas. There's only like they're not sweetened. There's only about 1 calorie in these, and they're really lightly flavored with some really nice flavors. Very good soda.
Computer programmers turn coffee into games.
Caffeine to code. Yep. That's right.
Yeah. It was actually Jolt Cola that got me onto Pepsi Max, because at a certain point I realized I have to stop drinking Jolt Cola because it's too much sugar, because it's not just lots of caffeine, it's lots of sugar.
Had a ton of sugar as well.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
So
Yeah, the weird thing was like I knew some geeks up in Sydney, like in the 90s and everything, and Jolt Cola just wasn't around in Sydney, and it was just this fabled cola from the US that those people in Melbourne can get
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah.
We don't know how you
Yep.
got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
there was a period in the 90s where we had just an absurd number of 7-Elevens. There are less 7-Elevens now than there were in the 90s. And every 7-Eleven had Jolt Cola.
Come to think of it, we didn't have a lot of 7-Elevens. We had Club Esso,
Yeah.
and that was about it. I mean,
I'm not joking. In the 90s, just in the Melbourne CBD, there were at least 12 7-Elevens. Now there's probably 6, which is still a lot, but
I
they
had
were like
two in
a block
walking
apart.
distance.
Yeah.
There used to be
I
I
more
had
than
2
McDonald's as
here,
well.
one on that corner and one on the other.
Well, see, the thing is, though, the 7-Eleven seem to fit. If there's enough room for a doorway, there'll be a 7-Eleven in there.
Definitely. Yeah. Some of them are very slim. You're right. Some of them are very slim.
Very small.
Oh, Kirsten saying Archie Rose single malt just won another award. Well, I'll drink to that.
Well
Currently
done.
with the Fortis. But you've. Sorry, Abigail?
Jolt's back. I just looked it up.
Oh, you've
You
just
can
been
buy it
looking it
online.
Yeah.
You can buy it online.
Oh my god.
Copyright 2021, the website,
Oh gosh.
joltcola.com.au.
If they did a sugar-free Jolt, I'd go for it probably.
Delivered to your door. They have different flavors as well. They have orange root beer. I don't even know what root beer is, and vanilla, like a creamy soda.
I do remember the orange.
And they have
Jolt.
merch.
Okay. Now I'm looking it up.
That got me excited.
.com.au. No, I'm
The nerds
store.
are
What's in the
excited.
store? $40 for a cap. What the fuck?
It's an expensive cap.
That is an expensive cap. So Jolt Original, a Jolt Esky, a Jolt Light, Jolt Vanilla, Jolt Root Beer, Jolt Orange. Now, if they did sugar-free Jolt, I'd probably get some. But Jolt's the reason I do Pepsi Max, because when I decided it's too much sugar, I need to go for a sugar-free thing. I said, what'll I get? Coke, Diet Coke, or because Coke Zero didn't exist back then, do I get Diet Coke or Pepsi Max? And I went, Pepsi Max has got more caffeine. I'm getting Pepsi Max.
And Diet Coke tastes like ass.
Ass. Diet
Yeah.
Coke tastes like ass. is what it tastes like.
Like actual ass.
I
Okay, so
remember-
what's ginger beer then? Root beer is kind of like ginger beer. I don't know. I haven't drunk either.
Ginger
Okay.
beer's okay.
No, I've got sarsaparilla, not root beer.
Pregnant women drink ginger beer to help them feel a little less nauseous.
So
Ginger beer is
ginger
really great.
beer is actually brewed like alcoholic beer, but it's got a ginger base, so it's got a very gingery taste. Ginger
And it's
ale.
not alcoholic.
No, it's not. Although you can get alcoholic, but ginger ale is a fizzy drink with a ginger syrup as the base, but it's not brewed. So there's a distinctive different taste between ginger beer and ginger ale, but they both have a very gingery taste.
Ginger beer is fantastic for travel sickness.
That's what everyone says. Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now, Angry, you remember I tagged you
My
in
my
something
solution to
today.
travel sickness is never travel.
That's a good.
Stay
That's
home.
100%. That's
helps. That
100%.
works. But remember,
Abstinence.
Andrew, I tagged you in that non-alcoholic beer made with bush
Yes.
food.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good because
Yeah.
you see, we do have these conversations about things
Yeah, we
that
do.
aren't.
We absolutely do.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm also on the mailing list for Melbourne Bush Foods. Yeah, and they'll give you seedlings for like all the bush foods, like finger limes. I'm really tempted to get a finger lime tree, quite honestly, because they seem
Oh,
pretty
do.
yeah.
Do it.
Um,
I'd love to know what a fresh one tastes like. I've got finger lime flavoring in my fridge, and some Kakadu plum and things like
Yeah.
that. And
Yeah,
sometimes
me too.
Oh,
So-
Abigail, why are you
so-
making that face?
So shipping a crate of 15 bottles of Jolt
Oof.
Cola,
Yes.
parcel post $30. That's how
Just
much
for
the drinks
shipping.
cost, just from shipping. So it costs
Ugh.
$60 to buy 15 bottles of Jolt Cola. Now,
maybe not.
nostalgia value, I'm still tempted, but $60 is a lot for a soft drink.
It's $4 a bottle.
Yeah, that's $4 a bottle. That's like, you know what I kept, and I can't even remember if I chucked them out when I moved last time, or if they're still in a box in the shed. I had kept these glass Jolt Cola bottles that had the painted on, like it wasn't a stuck on label; it was a painted on Jolt logo. Because
Yeah.
and I kept them since the 90s. Like I had this job. It was when I was still living in Sydney. That's when I actually collected these bottles. Where the window just near my desk there was a very narrow laneway, and then there was another building. So out the window was a grey concrete wall that was actually only about 2 or 3 meters away from the window. So it was gloomy, except right at noon when the sun was right overhead. I would get an hour of bright light from this window. And so what I ended up doing with these Jolt Cola bottles, I filled them with water and put food coloring in them and stacked them along the window ledge. So at that 1 hour when the light came through, it was like a stained glass window. Well,
Pretty.
oh, that's so cute. Greg for his
Okay,
wife,
so
Queen.
I have
He's
a
watching the other
proposition to
room.
make. In order to save on shipping,
Yeah.
who would like to go in on a group order of Jolt Cola with me?
who wants to feed the nostalgia with Abigail?
Yeah.
Interesting fact: Jolt has been discontinued in the U.S. as of a few months ago. They stopped
Oh,
putting.
okay.
So now it's only in
This is your
Australia.
last chance.
Wow.
This might be your last chance.
No, I think they're making more money in Australia than they were here.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm just writing a note. Seeing Greg's inspired me. I'm writing a note. So
Do you see the note I'm holding? Oh, damn.
damn.
I'm Mr. Billy Lewis 1.
Billy Lois, how you doing, man?
I'm gonna have to write something as well.
Yeah.
This is just like part of my D&D game where everyone's passing notes.
Yeah. Oh God! You just reminded me of the worst thing and funniest thing anyone ever did in a D&D game. One guy was being annoying, and there was like a
Sounds
high
like
level
D&D.
magic. I know, right? There was a high level magic user in the group, and he said he said to the guy, "I've enchanted they're trying to deal with this demon," and they said to this guy, like, "I've enchanted this stone. The demon cannot harm you while you're holding the stone, but you can't attack. You can't attack. You need to talk the demon
So,
out.
sanctuary spell.
Yeah, you have to talk the demon out of doing bad things. Okay." And I was the DM, and I'm going, okay. And this guy who was the magic user writes a note and then throws it at me. And I opened it and said, "The stone does nothing. Fuck this guy." And
Yeah.
I just went, "This is great." Like I was just, and so I didn't tell the guy anything, and I was just like, "It's bluff, okay? If the demon ever does not buy your bluff, you're going to get incinerated." But he also doesn't know he's going to get incinerated. So anyway, it's note time, Greg. You inspired me.
Who's Queenie
Because Greg-
again?
Queenie's Greg's wife. I've known Greg.
Oh,
and
wow.
Oh, who we met before while you were
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I've known Greg and Queenie for yonks. Oh, Queenie actually
Okay.
said hello while I was out. Damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm serious. Who wants to go into the group order with me? Unfortunately, we have to be close because we're saving on shipping, so it's getting delivered to one place.
Yeah. Yes.
So
I'll chip in.
it has to be.
Yeah,
because I
I'm,
never
I'm up the
tasted
road
it.
as
I
well.
want to
So.
say that I've tasted it.
Okay, so we'll coordinate it on Discord,
Greg's
on my
saying
Discord
yes.
channel.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
awesome.
Yeah, we'll do it on June Club.
I'll give it a
Do it
go.
on June Club. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sounds
What's
good.
Billy saying? Favorite time
Put
playing
me down
D&D,
for a bottle.
fighting a boss, close to killing it. Oh, you
Hi,
rolled a
Stella.
natural one. That's the.
You're not Stella.
I'm talking.
Oh
So
no.
die. Nice.
There's a finger.
Hello,
pointing at me.
Stella. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, bitch.
Critical hit and critical fail.
That wasn't very polite.
My favorite thing as a DM was when someone rolls and goes, "What was that?" and you don't tell them whether they've failed or won the roll. You just describe kind of what's happening and let them try and work out if this is good or bad. That was always fun.
Oh, hi, Stella. Hello.
Kirsten. Oh, okay. Kirsten wants to throw in a few bucks and promises to come to Melbourne to pick it up.
Okay. Okay, sure.
I also cannot wait till we can do fucking bar crawl because again, I'm not putting too much pressure on Greg, but Greg has always been my man who knows secret bars in the CBD. Greg's always been the man who knows stuff.
Greg's the man.
The problem at the moment is what's going to be open, and then the
Yes,
other
we
thing
have to wait a month or two to find out what is actually going to reopen. Yes,
and then you got.
Because I know a couple of my favorites have bit the dust, which is very sad. So I actually look and okay, COVID's shit, and there's kind of nothing good about COVID. But I love that if I order takeaway or booze or go to bars when they're open, I am being a civic-minded supporter of small business. So I'm not being decadent and lazy. I'm supporting small business.
You are a strong supporter of small business. Thank
I'm
you.
a fucking patriot, is what I am.
That's
It's,
what you are.
Fucking
Look,
patriot.
the word hero is bantied around sometimes too much, but I feel
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it.
You're my hero. There you go.
Abigail's brought it up, and
That's all there is to it. You're my hero.
So Stella, to answer your question, we just discovered that Jolt Cola is back, and we're doing a group order. And Jolt Cola was like one of the key pillars of my childhood. Like growing up as a teenager, there was writing software, Jolt Cola, and D&D, and yeah, that was it.
Holy Trinity. That is the fucking Holy Trinity right there.
I was the uber nerd of my teenage years in the late 80s, early 90s. That was me. Jolt Cola, D&D, and writing software on the Commodore 64, and then the Amiga,
Also,
and then
Also,
XT
Nook,
and-
I don't know if you think you're joking. Help your local bar, order a takeaway cocktail. Dude, I've done that so many
is
fucking
that a
times.
thing?
Oh no, there are a bunch of people doing takeaways. Like I think Bar Americano, my favorite bar in the city, has restocked. I'm going to get their bottled old fashioned, which they called Antica Fashionista. If you get that sort of fake Latin they're doing there.
I bought the Americano and the what's the one you don't like? The one with Campari in it.
Yeah.
Negroni. I bought the Negroni for Sarah for her birthday.
Oh yes, because Sarah likes Negronis. Yes.
Yeah, she really likes. Yeah, she really enjoyed them.
Well, Safa,
right.
from what I've heard and what I remember from the 2 times I've had Jolt Cola, it's like a mountain of caffeine and a mountain of sugar down your throat all at once.
That is exactly what Jolt Cola is.
That
I
describes
mean,
the experience.
Last time I looked at the Bar Americanos type, they seem to have restocked. I was thinking of getting the Antica Fashionista and the Brooklyn again. Because now we've done it. Okay. I
Oh,
also
so-
bought glassware from them. Sorry, Abigail, go.
So the ABN is the same from the 90s. Of the Jolt Cola Australia, Jolt Corporation Australia. So it's the same company. They've been
hanging around since the 90s.
They've been hanging on ever since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
I wonder
you
if they still
probably-
have their famous. Did you ever ring the Jolt Cola hotline?
No, I know what
It
you're
had the
talking- I know what
best.
you're talking about.
It had the best outgoing message, and like it, all I can remember was like they would say sentences, and then you would hear just like lightning hit and trash your coffee pot. And yeah,
Oh, awesome! That's awesome in here, Kirsten.
So this is my glassware from
Oh,
Bar
wow, cool.
Americano, which you probably can't read, but you might be able to see there's something etched on the glass.
Ooh, yeah.
And this is a sexy glass, by the way.
Don't break it.
It holds a deceptively large amount of alcohol, but what's etched on the glass is "drink less, drink better," which is nice. And that's I like quality. Kirsten's friend just published her second novel. I am also super proud of your friend, even though I don't know them. That is legendary. So, and in light of what Kirsten said about Archie Rose Single Malt winning another award, I
It's
still
time for
have
you
some
to
Archie
have some.
Rose Single Malt. I'm going to make an old
Some
fashioned.
Archie Rose.
I'm going to drink it
Some
in
Archie
here.
Rose.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! You know,
All right.
Yeah,
I'm going to
no.
make an old fashioned and sugar syrup. What? I think I'm going to use my chai sugar syrup to
ooh.
do this. So that's in here.
When I was 14 years old, I wrote 275 pages of my novel, and then my mom threw out the computer.
Oh no! I actually wrote. I actually wrote a fantasy novel. At
Mhm.
one
Oh
point.
no.
Mhm.
I know. That's exactly the
Look.
appropriate response, Nettie. Sorry.
Chris, don't let your mum near your electronics and machineries.
Yeah,
Okay? Chris, she's already totaled the car too.
yep. Yeah, so yeah, she threw it away. So what happened was is I bought a new computer, and I hadn't had a chance to move the files over, and she just was like, "You got the new one? I thought this one was done." So that was a year of work down the tube.
That's not good. All right.
Never tried
Page
again.
12. I forgot I had this.
What's
I
that
still
one,
have
Nettie?
The Blackthorn gin.
Oh, the Blackthorn's friggin' wicked. That is a good gin. That is a good gin.
Ooh,
That
Safa
goes with anything.
Safa
Soda,
says you
tonic.
can buy Jolt Cola at Drake's in South Australia.
I have no
Where?
idea what that is.
Jolt Cola, Drake's in
it
South
is.
Australia. Okay.
What
All
shall
right.
I drink this
Oh.
with?
You know, Safa, the good news is Australia is like really tiny, so I'm sure it's just a walk down the road to get to South Australia, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's not a 6-hour drive. It's not.
Oh
a
yeah,
6-hour
you go to Adelaide for lunch and then come back to Melbourne for dinner.
Exactly.
Sometimes you might like stop in on Ayers Rock on the way.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's only 7
Yeah.
states. It can't be that big.
It's like
Yeah,
Europeans
depending
are
on how
weird.
tired your kangaroo is.
Really?
Yeah. The distance
Yeah.
I would drive to get to Adelaide, a European will have crossed 4 fucking countries.
Mhm,
It's just like,
mhm. Well, thankfully,
Yeah.
I could just get to DC by just walking across the street. You know, America, super.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but also like angry. You're from Dubbo. You know how it is. Just down the road is 2 hours down one
Yeah.
road.
Same
there
here.
is Dubbo is hours from anything. You have to travel 6 hours to get to a town that has more than 20 people in it. It's like
Hey, Yeovil's only
Well,
half an hour away and
Narrabri's
it
got
had
about
22.
It's only 300 miles to work. It's not that big a deal.
You've been here.
And
before.
who knows how long a mile is anyway? We don't use
oh my
freedom
God.
units.
Well, you know how long a mile is?
Eunice, did you just say that?
A mile is as long as you want it to be because we have freedom here, so we can decide how long we want things to be.
And this, Chris, this is why I love having you on the stream because we get reminded of freedom all the time.
That you need freedom.
It's the fucking best.
Yeah, the anti-vaxxers are right. There's no freedom in Australia. It's all here.
Oh my god, the way right wingers around the world have latched on to the idea that Australia is a gulag is so fucking
So
weird.
It's so fucking hilarious.
Oh my God, they have
God.
no
I saw
idea.
another thing about it today.
They
It's like,
They have no
If this
idea
is a
how
prison,
nice it is.
I'm happy.
Oh,
ah,
Kirsten, thank you. The novel's called The Adventures of the Amateur Naturalist by Kynwyn Langley. And I've probably pronounced that name completely wrong because if it's a Gaelic name, it's pronounced differently to how it looks. Oh, Nettie just vanished in mid-gasp. That was very weird.
It's a cat.
That was a cat? It was a cat?
Yeah, surely it's the cat.
So, Kirsten, because you mentioned Archie Rose Single Malt winning yet another award, his Little Cheers and Archie Rose Single Malt.
You know what I'm
Old
going to
Fashioned.
do? I am going to bookmark that novel off of Amazon.
my
And when there's an audio book of it or a Kindle or something, I'll pick it on up.
Oh, yeah. Quick question, Kirsten. I have no idea. Oh, YA novel. I'm completely fucking on board. I love YA novels. I've read so many
What's a YA novel?
Young adult, sorry.
Yeah, young adult.
But
I am.
Kirsten, are you aware, is there a Kindle or audiobook version?
There is a Kindle version. I saw there was a Kindle version.
Oh, you've already looked it up.
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
is on the fucking ball.
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
is on the ball.
Dope. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Can I plug my friend's book as well?
Yeah. Oh, please do it. Suki by L.H. Wolf. Give us a précis of the novel.
Well, it says Ruby is the youngest child of a famed rebellion leader, but also a collector, a rare human sorcerer, unbound by the laws of natural magic. It is said that a collector can learn to do anything imaginable. On board her ship, far from human cities, she is free of politics and hatred between humanity and magical beings. Things are better this way. She has the time to chase her own needs and leave a place whenever she pleases. Then one day she rescues a pair of mysterious drifters with blue striped cheeks from the ocean and onto her ship of misfits. When the dead man rises, fate engulfs Ruby and her friends into unimaginable danger. And it's a YA novel as well.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
All
Written
right.
by my trans friend.
Yeah.
He's been fostering this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been fostering this idea since he was, what was it, 14?
Fuck yeah.
And yeah, he's like 24 or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Nettie's
But
come
that's
back.
available on Amazon.
Oh, that's on Amazon. Nice.
Yes.
Back, Nettie.
What happened?
We thought
What
your
happened?
cat sabotaged your connection, Nettie.
no,
So
everything
what I've
just
done-
like froze, and there was too much open. I'm one of those people who has 550 bloody tabs open at a time, and
Yeah.
I never shut anything.
Yep. Also, Kirsten, I'm just going to throw out to celebrate Archie Rose Single Malt winning another award. I made an old fashioned with my chai syrup. Goes spectacularly well. Like that's fucking amazing. That's I'm really pleased I made that syrup.
You can't see it, but I'm drinking the water.
Good, Chris. Someone should be drinking water because honestly,
I'm drinking water too. It just happens to have scotch in it.
yeah, and that's what I had. And Greg's got some water.
Where is
And-
Shield's?
Holy shit! Look at that tray Nettie just brought in. Holy shit!
Is that a bong off to one side, Eddie?
I what was that?
The one that was
I
laying
have-
over looked like a bomb.
Oh yes, this one.
That one. Oh, that's the grenade one. I remember the
Yeah.
grenade one.
I
Yeah,
bought it for the packaging because I'm a bit of a
Yes.
sucker like that.
it is. It's a great
Um,
bottle.
That's
So
funny. That's funny.
yeah, I've got. Oh, I've got some marionette peach here.
Oh.
I've got a bit of
So-
everything.
So seriously, okay, Nettie, if you want an idea for a drink, 2 ounces of whiskey, half an ounce of marionette peach, and a splash of bitters is a really good drink. And if you want to lengthen it, add some soda to it, by all means. But
I have. Well, I got another 2 of the Starward New Old Fashioned. Would that be?
oh,
would that be
just
the
drink the
right
new
thing?
old. Actually, I think the new old fashioned with a bit of the peach would probably be really good.
Mm, all right.
Do
Oh,
that.
Angelico. I should do something with that sometime. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sort of forgot about this little tray of goodies because they're in a different cupboard. You see.
Ah.
I keep them in that cupboard. I've got what's that other thing? I've got Jägermeister as well in there.
Ah. See, Jägermeister has a bad name because people do Jaeger bombs, dropping a shot of Jaeger into an energy drink.
Mm.
But Jägermeister is actually quite a good quality herbal liqueur, and you can make some really good drinks with Jägermeister.
Oh, Stella, that's
Or
I'm sorry, Stella.
or
Funny.
I just really enjoy Jaeger bombs.
Oh yeah, just do fucking shots. Just do fucking shots. I mean, seriously.
You know, it's funny that you said the thing about a bong. You know, I totally forget that a lot of places, you know, that's still illegal. Whereas here, it's like, here drugs are so legal. Like depending on which side of the state line you're on, you can do any drug you want to, and nobody can stop you.
Yeah. Oh, some nice juggling from Dr. Abigail. That's a big influence.
Okay.
And
what was
no,
what was I having with this? Oh, Starward.
yeah, do the salad. Like nobody in this stream is growing psilocybin, but
No one at all.
no one
No.
is.
That would
But
That would be
If-
illegal.
it would be illegal. But if they are, we might end up with a really good New Year's Eve stream. That's all I'm fucking saying.
never,
That is all I'm saying.
if
And all I'm saying by New Year's Eve,
Hypothetically.
hypothetically, if nothing goes wrong, we could have a really fucking good New Year's Eve stream. Craig, I know you and Queenie, Abigail, Nettie. Because last New Year's Eve I had Nettie and Abigail over here. We who knows? Who knows what might happen by New Year's Eve if Parrot Head in New South Wales doesn't fuck it up for all of us. We could have a really good New Year's Eve stream. That's all I'm saying. I'm just throwing it out there. And if people came over here, I would absolutely be mixing up drinks all fucking night. I'm just saying.
I'm in.
Yeah. Sorry, Michael. Where do you actually live?
I live in Melton.
I didn't fucking know that. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
No,
Okay.
don't invite Michael. You can't invite him anywhere.
Okay, sorry, Michael. Apparently, you're disreputable. So
there you
Well,
go.
then I'd be in good
Don't
company
take him
then, wouldn't I?
anywhere.
I can't take you. Also, sorry. As soon as someone says "can't take you anywhere," I want to take you everywhere.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, so
Nettie,
how
there are
much
no
of this?
photos,
The peach,
therefore
should
it
I put
didn't
in?
happen.
Yeah, that's probably enough. No, just that much. Yeah. Yeah, mix it up.
Whee!
Yes. That's what we want. Stella's carrier pigeon is on life support. Hopefully Stella stays with us. I get text
How are you
messages.
doing?
I get text messages once a month from Telstra
Carry
going,
on.
we're going to fuck with your NBN on this day. And I'm going, why? Why do you keep doing this? It's like once a month you fuck with the NBN. but it hasn't fucked up any streams. So it's kind of like if you do it during the day and it fucks up my work, what do I care? I'm just going to go. I'm working from home. I'm going to go down and lie down for a while because I can't connect to the work network.
So, Angry, I'm impressed
Yes.
that you dress in a tie to go to
Yeah.
work from home.
Oh no, dude, this is not even working from home. I was going to make some cocktail videos because my shtick for my cocktail videos is to wear a vest and tie. But and then I disappeared for that half hour where everyone thought I'd fallen asleep or something. But I was just talking to my sister, just sorting out some
Michael
family
knew
stuff.
you when you were in my tummy. See Michael there? Oh, sorry, that one.
Hello.
Hello.
And there's a fun person who was also at my house for New Year's Eve. How you doing?
Bringing the
Hey,
whole
you-
family.
Yeah, she was here. She was there.
He was here for New
And so
Year's
was
She
the
Eve.
was-
other one.
She was literally the responsible one.
That was exactly what I was going to say. When we called the taxi to get everyone home, we were like to the taxi driver, "This one's the responsible adult, okay?" And I'm not saying it's my fault, but I had been playing both Abigail and Nettie with drinks for many hours.
Stella, that's a great comment. I love that comment, Stella.
Oh yes, Stella, I get what you're saying. You wish they'd fuck with your NBN to get it working, but I sent it like an online help message to Telstra today saying I don't want to play with this dumb online help thing. If someone would call me, I want one of you to tell me that you'll give me a new iPhone, because this is actually an iPhone 10 that I've had for that, because I'm not that. So yeah, I basically said, if you're going to give me a super good deal on an iPhone 12, because it's superseded now, I'll take that. But if you want to say, oh no, wait for an iPhone 13, but someone call me and offer me a deal, okay? Because this fucking text thing you do on your website is bullshit.
Hi, nobody.
Oh, nobody's okay. Nobody.
Yeah.
Just,
Hey, hi
just-
everybody.
no pressure, my brother. But just in case you want to join us, that's the link. We are the no pressure zone, except we want to pressure Stella to come over to Melbourne and be involved in sort of plastic sheet baby oil orgy type thing. But no pressure. It's just an offer that's out there. And also,
So Stella just jinxed me. So I owe Stella a Coke. So Stella, you have to come now if you want your Coke.
Not a
Oh,
jolt. but
okay.
could-
Nobody's not able to join.
It could be a Jolt Cola. It could be a
He's
Jolt
been
Cola.
moving this week.
Yeah,
He's been
that's
moving this
okay.
week.
Oh yes, that which is fucking stressful. I haven't moved. The last move, I think I've said this multiple times on streams, but my current house, I moved here 4.5 years ago. Everyone says moving house is as stressful as a family member dying or whatnot. The last move I did was the single worst experience of my life. Like, it fucking sucked so much.
Do you know what sucks more than moving?
Cool.
What?
Having to move, but you don't have somewhere to move to.
Yes. No. Okay.
That
okay.
kind of sucks
And
too. I've done
I
that.
am literally okay. I am saying this as an incredibly privileged white person because I was moving to, and yes, the move cost me money, cost me stress, cost me time, but I could do it. I was moving to another home, and yes, Abigail, you are not the only of my friends who have been in insecure housing at various points in life. But I just like to complain. It's kind of like, ow, I hurt
You're
my
allowed to
toe.
complain.
Yeah, I hurt my toe. It's bad. And then AZ calls me and tells me about his chronic pain and things that are happening. I'm going, yeah, that's fine, but I stubbed my toe this morning and it hurts.
Yeah.
You
It
know,
doesn't invalidate your pain at all, but
and
you know.
Oh,
And AZ is the
did you
best
see what
person in
nobody
the world
wrote?
for that. There
Did you
is
see
no
what
one
nobody
in.
wrote?
Sorry, Nettie, what were you saying?
Nobody wrote that. Instead of getting my move by the end of the month, I learned today that I have to be completely finished by Thursday, including bond clean.
Oh, brother, fuck. Oh my fucking
Oh, I
god.
hate it when they do that.
No, my last move, and I moved the last time because my landlord was a psychopath, and after 10 years, I'd finally been pushed too far, and I was like, fuck you, dude, I'm moving out. And this is the thing, the one saving grace of my previous house, which I stayed in for 10 years, is it was comparatively cheap. Like rent in surrounding suburbs was 50% higher than place, but the place I was staying in was run down and fucked and shit, and fucking mold and fungus was growing everywhere, and it was and I put up with it for 10 years just because it was cheaper. But at a certain point they pushed me too far, and I'm just like, no, fuck it, I'm out.
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah.
Hey, you know, speaking of complaining from a completely non-privileged place, you know, the other night my gigabit internet slowed down a little bit, and
oh my god, Chris, I love you so much.
I was streaming two 4K streams at once, and one went down to 1080. I was really upset. And you know, the worst part about it was I had to upload about 100 gigs of files. It took an hour instead of 30 minutes. I was really upset about it. You know what? It's okay. It's gonna be okay.
First world problems.
Dude, I fucking love you so much. My cishet white American brother who wants to tell me about his problems. I love you so much.
Oh my god, Stella, it's okay. One day you'll get it. One day it's coming.
Yep. And Stella.
The worst part is, Safa, you know what? That's a great comment. The worst part about it is I have to pay $80 a month for this service. It's just really so expensive.
Yep. And also, just for a moment, I'm going to channel Stella and say, fuck you, Chris.
Here.
Baby, freedom.
Oh, my freedom brother. With again, dude, I love having you on the streams so much.
Freedom from slow internet speeds, but not from mega corporations having monopolies.
And also, again, the people who are actually sort of on the stream, like 5 of us are in Melbourne, and then there's Chris in the USA.
Chris, in the US, corporations are people.
Exactly.
Yes, literally. Oh my god.
Which is just fucked.
Once you embrace that the Comcast Corporation is a person and they own you forever,
yes.
You can accept your freedom by bending over and just letting them give you that freedom. So yeah.
Again,
you just have to bend over and just let get a Mac thing because you're in for a ride, and just accept your freedom.
Accept the freedom.
Take your freedom.
So much. The issue is Australia is not free because you haven't imprisoned half of your population. We're more free because we've imprisoned half of our population. There you go.
Yeah, but we were more, arguably more successful at genocide than you were.
Yeah, there's some real freedom. There's some real freedom between us and the Canadians. It's a tight race, but you know, I think Australia's got us both beat.
Yeah. While South Park is an horrifically flawed show, the one they did, and God, it was probably 5 years ago now, but the one of ISPs in town that only have one ISP, and the people doing the helpline are, oh, you're upset? And they have these tearaway things on their shirts that expose their nipples, so they rub their nipples while they're saying to people.
That's exactly the Comcast.
You don't like us? It was so funny. Just the idea of people who work on the help desk of ISPs that have a monopoly on areas, just going and rubbing their nipples while they talk to people. Like, that's so funny.
Well, you know, guys, it's okay. See, we do have freedom of choice. You can get the internet through the phone company that's 30 megabits up and 30 megabits down instead of
exactly.
There you go. You can get them. They cost more money too.
Stella's saying if we weren't all in Melbourne, we could come to her place because she's getting drunk. See, Stella, you're not allowed to say things like that. You're not allowed to say things. You're over there getting drunk and horny because we'll hire a van.
Abigail,
We'll hire a van, and we will all.
Hey,
it'll
I'm
take us a while,
halfway
but we'll
there
get
already in
We'll
spirit.
get there. We'll hire a van and we'll all get there. It might take us a
Sasha's
while.
coming
We
too.
should.
Hire a bus and travel in comfort. I drive a bus, remember? We can take 50
So also,
over there.
now I'm just drinking soda water because I'm a responsible adult.
Good.
As soon as I finish that, oh my god, it's only 10:30. No, okay.
No, have another drink, dude.
Oh my
Angry.
god. You need to drink water. You need to have a glass of water.
No, I need to drink water because it's only.
Let's
Oh,
jump.
fuck,
Let's all
man.
jump on the
Oh,
the
it's a
bang
Bud
bus,
Light.
the
No,
orgy
that's
bus.
a corkscrew, yeah.
Oh yeah, the
That's a
the bat.
corkscrew. I've had one of those.
Corkscrew.
Those are cool. Those are cool.
Orgy bus. Oh my god, Stella, you're.
I think
Yeah.
there's a certain, like, I have certain personalities at different levels of alcohol.
Yeah,
This is one of them.
that's one of them. I like it.
That's just
I like it.
wonderful personality for you. Right there.
So this is just soda water. I think I need to drink it.
I'll
'cause
play
it's
with
only
the things.
10:30.
Yeah, you should probably drink a shot of water.
No, I need to drink water for a while, then mix another drink because it's only 10:30, and I'm right. And I've been very embarrassed by those falling asleep streams, and I haven't done it for a little while.
You know what's funny is I
Not really
watched
yet.
one of those on replay, and I was like kind of skimming through it, and I get like like 3/4 in, and it's just nothing.
No,
Oh my god!
I watched those back, and I was just like, man, I got fucked up. I got fucked up
Yeah,
on that. Yeah.
Sure.
But what was funny, so there were the two streams where I fell asleep, where one is I didn't even say, I just spent half an hour just sitting here like this going, and then I disappeared and never came back. And I fell asleep for 2 hours and came back. But then the one after I went, okay, so yeah, I'm fucked. I'm going to lie down for a while.
Grasshopper, join us.
Oh shit, where's the fucking link?
He's watching. He has.
Is he on Facebook?
He hasn't. I don't know. He just texted me saying, "I'm watching."
Yeah,
haven't seen him
I will go on Facebook and post
Watching
on
you.
Facebook because I feel like we haven't seen him for a while.
Speaking of Grasshopper, I just
Been a
watched
couple of
Meat
years.
again, and
Wait.
I was thinking of you the whole time. I saw you.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think we just need, like Stella said, orgy bus. Yeah, we just need to hire a bus and spend 12 to 24 hours driving over to wherever Stella is. And
With baby oil and
Sounds like a
Twister.
plan.
That is a
yeah,
long.
we need to stop by a Costco and buy a very big thing of plastic sheeting and a 20-litre drum.
Oh,
of
just a
baby oil,
tarpaulin. With a
tarp
tarpaulin.
a tarp, and
Guys,
a 20-litre drum of
guys.
baby oil.
Children.
A tub of baby
Yep.
oil and a
Access to full
Twister
roll
game.
of construction plastic.
Twister. Okay.
Naked Twister is great.
Mike, and I'm sure
Great Twister.
Costco. I'm sure.
I just
Costco
realized that I'd forgotten my teenage son is in the room.
has-
Wait a minute.
Ooh, no.
Angry,
Oops.
I can get the orange
It's a cooking
insulation
recipe.
plastic, the heavy duty stuff, for free.
Okay, so Michael's bringing us the plastic
Okay.
sheeting. So Michael's bringing
Oh,
us
look,
the plastic sheeting.
3-day drive. Let's do it. I'm up. I'm
Oh,
game.
Yeah, no, if I can do it, and we'll just keep.
We'll
stopping
take
at,
shifts
like-
driving.
Yeah, we'll just keep stopping at Dan Murphy's to fuel us up for the next leg of the drive.
Speaking of,
Unfortunately, to drive a bus, you got to be 0-0.
Okay, so what we do when
12-hour shifts of driving. 12-hour shifts of
Yes.
driving. One person drives while the rest of the party bus gets drunk, and then we park and sleep for 12 hours, and then a different person's driver for the next 12 hours.
Yep.
there you go.
Sounds
I'm
good.
going first.
And I enjoy driving and I miss it because I don't have a car anymore. But I always
there you go.
like maintain my driver's license. So I'm usually the designated driver,
there you go.
but at some point I'm gonna want to have a drink. So
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
take, yeah, we'll take it in
Unfortunately,
shifts.
because my camera is covered. You can't see me playing Twister right now.
We can imagine it. We can imagine it.
Is it naked Twister though?
Now,
Oh,
if
see,
you got a,
you're
if you
never
got
gonna know.
if you got a
In my
wheelchair
mind, it's
accessible
naked
bus,
Twister.
Okay.
if you got a wheelchair accessible bus, the 2 seats they take out for the wheelchairs, you could fit a Twister thing in.
That sounds like a plan to me. That sounds like a plan to me. I like it.
So I can't say this out loud, but
You put it in the chat? Yeah. all right.
I put it in the chat.
Also, look, I'm just going to throw in someone. Oh no, I won't even say your name because I don't want to incriminate her in there. But someone who know she has actually taken the job at the as the action starter at an orgy because you get all these people who are
Fluffer.
yeah, it's kind of sorta, but she would go to, and she's a fucking amazing, attractive woman, and she would go to orgies and just like when people were being a bit cautious about joining, and she would be like, yeah, here's the economy-sized bottle of lube. Let's spray it all over our bodies and rub against one another. And she had actually been employed to be the
Did
party
she work for the
starter.
Herald?
Maybe,
Did she-
maybe. I will
Was
neither
she a
confirm.
journalist for the Herald? Because I think I know who that
Look,
was.
she might have been a member of Parliament. Is all I'm saying. Is just like someone I
Just
know.
you know, the whole baby oil and Twister thing was a party trick game thing that regularly happened at the Jika Jika house where I used to live.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, and there was someone who was well known around the traps, around the swingers, who
Traps.
for doing such as you explained there.
Yeah.
And she also worked for the Herald.
Oh, fair enough. No, this
Yeah,
friend of
the
mine
Sun
did not
Herald,
work
that
for
is.
the Herald. Yeah, no. Stella's saying, "Where do you get the job?" Stella, I'm taking applications now. That's all I'm saying.
That's funny.
I have to admit, like a random internet friend of mine, when they were talking about New Year's Eve stuff on Facebook, I was going, well, you can come over to my place if you like. We're just doing chill and stuff. And I think she thought, and it was reasonable to be cautious, she thought, wait, is this heterosexual couple, me and Mrs. Angry, trying to do the unicorn thing and get me to come over? And she, oh, I'm doing, and which I respect, but that was the night like Abigail and Nettie came over, and then she saw the video of our live stream and she went, oh, I missed an opportunity. Oh, God damn it.
So you missed out.
And I was going, it was
Next time.
completely non-sexual, but lots of fun. And she went, I was erring on the side of caution, and I said, my friend, I respect you erring on the side of caution. So, but you did actually miss on a pretty fun night. We had a pretty good time.
I had a good fall off the bloody seat, didn't I? Careful.
No, I wasn't going to bring that up, Nettie. I wasn't going to bring up falling off seats or smashing my glasses, but you brought it up, so that's a thing that
I
happened.
didn't smash your glass.
Hello.
No, you didn't smash the glass. You just fell off a seat.
Yeah.
So, well,
No one smashed the glass.
to answer
Michael.
Stella's question, I know somebody that would run a Tupperware party until about 9 o'clock, and then they'd have a half-hour break, and then run a sex toys party directly afterwards.
There was a sex toy thing that was called Loverware, where you would sell sex. And there was, I remember seeing a joke that went around the host of the Loverware parties putting stuff up on the table, like, yeah, ladies, there's all these things you go. And someone goes, I want that one. And he says, the host goes, you can't buy that one. But I want that one. That of all the ones you've hosted, that's the one I want. Why can't I buy that one? Because that's just the thermos that has my coffee in it. And
Hey, I went to a sorry, not a thermos party, Tupperware party. I went to a Tupperware party.
yes,
So half the people were on acid.
yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
half the people were on the acid, and the rest of us were just stoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to
totally
know more
baked.
about this.
And the woman holding the party was just like, "What the fuck is
What
going
is wrong with
on?"
all you people?
She
Yeah.
was so confused.
I had a friend. There was it's probably closed now because everything in the fucking CBD closed because there's no one in the CBD. But there was a sex shop, and it was a pretty upmarket sex shop right in the middle of the CBD of Melbourne. And I remember a friend of mine we were having a YouTube thing, and a friend's visiting, and she goes like, "I've never been to a sex shop," and I went, "We're going to a sex shop then." And this one was fairly upmarket one, but we went in there and it actually had stuff, and I was like, "Okay, that's new to me." And the thing
What's
that
it
was
called,
new,
police?
I forget what it's called. The thing that was new to me was spanking stuff that would leave an imprint on your butt, and the kind of the lower level stuff was just this wand, and the thing on the end was like a heart shape or something. So if you spanked someone with it, it would leave a like heart shape on a butt cheek. But then there was the fucking hardcore S&M stuff,
Uh-oh.
and
Oh, no,
these
hang on. I have to turn
really
the volume
full-on
down.
really full-on leather paddles, and one of them had sculpted into it. One of them had the word slut sculpted into it, and one of them had the word pig sculpted into it. So it's like you hit someone really hard on the ass with one of these, and it leaves the word slut or pig on there. And I was like, and my friend, who most of it was new to her, she's going, "This is great. And I was watching these ones and going, "Okay, this is fucking new. Oh shit." And then you get the thing where I said to some of my friends, "Oh yeah, I saw this stuff," and it was these paddles that had the words, and they were like, "Yeah, that's a thing." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, you're just
That's funny, Stella.
What did Stella say? Oh yeah, I'm cute. Yeah, no, this was me. This was me being vanilla. I was absolutely. I'm going like, I've got my vanilla friend in there, and then I took them in, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's actually new to me. That is actually new."
Oh,
to me.
what's nobody saying? I have never shopped in a sex shop. I may have been in one, but I don't think I've been in one.
Again, nobody. If you come to Melbourne, I'm not saying we want to corrupt you, but I'll definitely take you to a sex shop. So
I haven't been
We
to
wanna
sex
corrupt
shop in a
you.
couple of years. I need to go to one.
yeah,
A little bit of corruption never killed anyone.
yeah, and that's like, speaking of me being vanilla, the old days of Tumblr before they got rid of the weird shit. I fucking loved the weird shit on Tumblr. And it was just like, I'd be going, "No, I've seen everything." And someone would share me a Tumblr link, and I'm like, "Cool. I haven't seen that before."
Tumblr was so weird.
Tumblr
There
was
was a
so
period where
weird.
Tumblr had the most weird, fucked up shit on it.
Tumblr was
and
so
I miss it.
cool. And then they ruined
I
it.
miss it. I miss it. Tumblr with a weird
And then
shit
it was
fucking great.
suddenly, then they cleaned it up, but they didn't catch everybody.
Yeah.
And,
But
and
also,
it was a weird time.
Yeah, now
It's-
it's just irrelevant because they cleaned it
it's
up.
worthless. Tumblr's worthless now. No one goes on Tumblr. But
I go on Tumblr for images, for
Yeah.
for fucking about with graphics, but
yeah, but there was a period like I don't know how many years ago it was before they got rid of the porn. Tumblr had the weirdest fucking shit on it.
And
Tumblr
a
just
lot
had the-
more people on the site.
Yeah,
it
and
was
a lot
probably
more.
about 7 years ago, I'd say.
At least 5
Yeah.
years ago. But people would send me links, and I'd go, "No, I've seen everything." And someone would send me a link, and I'm going, "Cool, I haven't seen that before. That's kind of messed up. What the fuck?" And
I think I just heard thunder rumbling.
yeah. Oh, you got thunder in your area? It's quiet
I think
where I
so.
am.
You know what's funny? The first thing I thought about when
Hey,
you
shit,
said
yeah.
thunder rumbling down there, I was all like, I wonder if the thunder rumbles backwards because you're in the southern hemisphere.
Yes, it does, Chris.
Hey
It does.
guys, should
Yeah.
I have a housewarming party?
Yes.
When we're
Housewarming-
allowed to visit, when we're allowed to visit, yes. So
Yeah, housewarming party.
November or December, whenever we're allowed to actually visit you, definitely.
Mm.
Yes.
See, we had a housewarming party, but it was the same weekend as the first lockdown. So
Oh
nobody came.
God. Yeah.
Ah, bugger. I
Yeah,
had a
my-
lot of
my-
alcohol. That's not
my-
even
my-
a fraction of it.
God.
so.
Yeah. My lad was smart. When he turned 21, there was he initially had a big party planned, and we got a bunch of stuff for it. And then there were some restrictions, and he was like, "Okay, I could have 2 parties with half the people at each." And he actually separated it into 2 different friend groups and said, "This is this friend group that's about this, and this is this friend group." And so he had 2 different parties. And again, people with long memories will remember, because it was a Saturday night. I was live streaming.
I was there. I
And-
remember.
Yeah,
I was
yes,
there.
people were coming through and stuff. He was smart, and because like a week or 2 after his second 21st party, we just were locked down and no one could come over. So he got to have 2 parties with like half a dozen to 10 people at each party, and that
Yeah, good call.
He's got some fucking cool people in his circle, quite
He
honestly.
does. He does.
He's
He's got a good dad, so there you go.
Yeah, but also I will always love it that he just said to me like, "Oh yeah, we were on the group chat and we were talking, and there was this one guy who was being fucking gross, and he was saying that like one of the girls like she's fucking hot, and he said just shut up because she's got a boyfriend. Yeah, but I think she's a whore and she'll do it. And he actually said you can't come to the party, okay, because what you're saying is fucked up and you're making everyone uncomfortable. And I was like, fuck yeah. Oh my God, I feel like I'm a good dad because you told this creeper to fuck off. And I didn't tell you to tell the creeper to fuck off, but in the group chat, he was being a jerk and you said, stop being a jerk. And he wouldn't. So you said, you can't come to the party because you're fucking gross. And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Go you. That's fucking awesome.
Look at that. See, we got some wholesome vibes in here.
Yeah, some wholesome stuff. Safi, you want to go to Melbourne soon? No, you can't visit homes until maybe December. I don't know. We don't. But seriously, if we're allowed to have a picnic, an outdoor gathering in November or December, I think we might do that. But we've got to wait to see what happens. Jeez, what was that, Michael?
Oh no!
You hit it twice.
You
I
spilled
just
the
spilled
drink.
alcohol all over my keyboard.
All
Twice.
right, I was
Damn.
just realizing.
And you did it on a live stream. That's really embarrassing.
Yeah, spilling stuff on a live stream.
I would be so embarrassed if that
Yeah.
happened to me.
Yeah, you know what's even worse?
Yeah. I'm more concerned about my keyboard.
It'd be even more embarrassing if you broke your glass on stream. That'd be real
I
bad.
know.
Oh, I know, right?
Glass on a
Yeah.
live stream. That would
Oh.
be bad.
Terrible.
That'd be, and someone else's glass as well. Even
Oh,
worse.
That would be the
I would hate to do that.
yeah. See, well, Zorro can tell you all about it.
Does it count if it's in the other room?
Yeah, exactly.
Before I had to duck out, not just
Exactly.
now, but I had to duck out because Queenie broke the glass.
Oh no! Yeah, I mean,
Pizza.
pizza
Oh, dear.
bandage. Nice.
Now I want
Oh,
pizza. Damn.
I
I
gotta
also
make
have
this.
unicorn bandages.
This is the one drink I want to make for everyone. This has been my favorite cocktail for a couple of months. It's called a Woodson & Ford. It's kind of a riff on it's somewhere between a Manhattan and a Vieux Carré. It's rum, apple brandy or apple liqueur, sweet vermouth, and a herbal liqueur, and it's just the fucking best. Oh Christ! What? Nettie goes off and does shit that makes outrageous noise. Sorry, I'm just gonna mute. Where's that noise going? It's Nettie's doing. I don't know how Nettie managed.
It
to
sounds
make
like there's an auto accident happening because, like, we hear a
No,
car
sorry,
running.
I unmuted you. No,
Okay.
I
You
didn't
wanna know
know
what that
I was
was?
going to go to the fridge.
sorry, Michael. What's happening in your world?
That noise was somebody making use of the fact that the roundabout just out the front of my place is now the road is wet.
Oh, someone's doing screechies.
Ooh, that sounds like.
Someone's drifting around the roundabout because they can do it in the wet.
You know what the best part about driving my electric car is? I can do
Yeah.
burnouts and nobody notices. Oh, it's so much fun.
I so want to show them that I can. I so want to find out who it is so I can show them that I can do that in my 4-wheel drive in the dry
That is pretty dope. Yeah.
because it's got no weight in the back.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm, mhm. Yeah. My poor car has like, just ridiculous amounts of torque, but 2 tiny front wheels, and that's it. So I could spin those tires all day, even when I don't want to.
Yeah, I've got a relatively small, innocent-looking hatchback, but it's turbocharged. So people in bigger vehicles really get the shits when I take them at lights. Like when you're at a set of traffic lights and there's 2 lanes and you have to merge into one line across the intersection. Okay, next time, and I don't. It's not a flashy car; it's just a little white hatchback, and I just drop it, and because it's a manual, so I can really drop it in first gear, and people in much bigger cars super get the shits when I take them at traffic lights, which is a lot of fun.
Big pickup trucks get real angry when I can pass them like nothing.
Yeah.
It's so slow compared to mine. And then they see that there's no tailpipe and I have a big electric badge in the back, and then they get real mad.
Yeah. God, I had this thing one. Sorry, Nettie, go.
Hi, Nettie.
Should I do an Alabama Slammer?
I actually, on my cocktail channel, did an improved Alabama Slammer because an Alabama Slammer is not bad. Now I feel like I need to look it up to remember what the fuck the recipe was. Okay, so if I go. Okay. I'm not logged into that, Tony. Angry Cocktails. Okay, so my Angry Cocktails channel. No, where are the videos? I need to find. I'm going to recommend an improved Alabama Slammer for you. Slam. Okay, my improved Alabama Slammer was an Aussie version, which I declared to be the Tamarama Door Slammer. So,
Yes.
So what you want to do? Okay, I'm going to recommend. What do you have? Gin, tequila? What do you got?
Oh, I don't know if I've got tequila.
No, don't worry.
I've got-
Do you have gin?
Oh, yeah, I have gin.
Okay, so my recommendation. This is an improvement on the Alabama Slammer, the Tamarama Door Slammer. You want? Do you have Mac with you?
I don't have Mac, but I have Frangelico and I have Amaretto.
Okay, Amaretto. So I'm going to go 1 ounce gin, 3/4 ounce whiskey, half an ounce Amaretto. Do you have any slow gin or Blackthorn or anything like that?
Oh, yes, I have slow gin. Yes.
Okay,
I
so-
have the Patient Wolf.
Half an ounce slow gin. Do you have any pineapple juice or orange juice?
I do. I have
So-
both.
Okay, 1.5 ounce pineapple juice. And
Oh, boy.
1/4 to 1/2 ounce of lemon juice. And that
I'll tell
is,
you what, I'm bringing you to the kitchen.
yeah, that's a Tamarama Door Slammer.
Well, while we take a trip to Nettie's kitchen, I unfortunately have to head out for the night, so I will see you all later.
Thanks for dropping in, Chris.
Thanks for
Been
dropping
awesome
in.
to have you.
See you, Chris.
Hey, Chris, travel safe, don't die.
All right, so Chris is off doing stuff because I think it's daytime for him. I don't know. Oh, Lee's joining us. Sorry. So, Lee, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Lee.
Hi, Lee.
Hi.
So, Nettie, so you need to get gin and whiskey and slow gin.
Gin,
I need to get another bottle of this.
slow gin,
Yeah.
whiskey, normal ice whiskey. I'm not
Yeah,
sure I've
any
got that.
whiskey. Whatever whiskey you want.
Yeah, cool.
And amaretto.
Do you guys want to see my real liquor cabinet, not the mini
Yeah.
one that I just showed
Yeah,
you?
let's do it.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's nice. I like that.
Nice.
On a side note, I need more of this stuff.
Need some more wine.
I found tequila. That's nice.
Oh,
That's good to know.
okay. Well, if you want to mix it up, instead of gin and slow gin, do tequila and slow gin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tequila and slow gin.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a big glass, aren't I?
Yeah, and you want some pineapple juice and lemon juice.
Okay. So how much tequila?
Okay, so the measurements are 1 ounce, 30 mils of tequila.
Yep.
Okay, now this
Okay.
one, whiskey, you want 1/2 ounce to 3/4 ounce of whiskey.
I'm having trouble finding whiskey.
I'm sure, or even just the old fashioned. Actually, the new old fashioned, 1/2 ounce to 3/4 ounce of the new old fashioned.
Yep.
Use that as a mixer.
Sorry, half an ounce of old fashioned, did you say?
Yeah, 3/4 ounce, 1/2 ounce, 3/4 ounce. Yeah.
Okay, about that. Yep. There it
Yeah,
goes.
about that. Then you want to do 1/2 ounce of amaretto. Oh well, bit too much of amaretto. Oh, that's
We don't
okay.
love
That's okay.
amaretto.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 1/2 ounce of slow gin. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Then you want 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice. We're into the non-booze elements now. Oh my god, that sounded bad. We all good? We all good?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the
It was
microphone
empty.
just went, that was too much noise. I'm compensating.
Sorry.
So 1.5 ounces of pineapple juice.
I want to go and try axe throwing when we get out of lockdown.
Oh, axe throwing sounds good. Oh, yeah.
That's so you, Michael.
And
Well-
1/2 ounce of lemon juice, Nettie.
Half an ounce of lemon juice. Okay.
1/2 ounce of lemon juice.
Jesus,
And
there's
then
a lot
add
in this.
ice. Add ice and shake.
Oh, I'm not shaking.
All
I'm
right, well, add
stirring.
ice and stir. Add ice and stir. Then Ian's
Well-
world. G'day.
I'd rather play axe throwing than axe catching.
Yeah, I don't want to do axe catching. Axe
Point.
catching sounds terrible.
I'd like to try horseback archery.
My ex-husband did a bit of axe catching. He had a lovely scar just here
Oof.
on his face.
Oof. No.
He did some
no,
axe
no.
catching with his brother.
Oh no. Yeah, siblings do the weirdest stuff.
So, Lee, I know people that can do horse archery, and it takes like years of practice.
Mm.
Also, you need a like to
A horse.
to shoot a horse from a bow is like damn impressive. Like the bow has to be big enough, and to pick up a horse and just like draw it back all that way.
And
Very
shoot
impressive.
the horse out of the bow. Yeah.
That's more
Yeah.
my wife that want to do it.
No, it looks easy, but it's not.
It's not.
Lee, can you ride a horse? Okay, well, you're further along the track than I am.
I
I
grew up
can't
in
ride a horse.
rural.
But yeah, you gotta. They generally own their own horse, and so they build up that trust and bond. So the horse will keep running or galloping at a nice smooth rate. They're holding on with their knees, and they just.
This
fantastic.
tastes like a sort of Australian Singapore sling.
Yeah, it's in that ballpark. It's just like the Alabama Slammer's a bit boring, and I came up with that combo, and I made it with all Australian components, which is why I called it a Tamarama Door Slammer. And again, for those, and the reference is because Alabama Slammer was obviously just there for rhyming. Tamarama is a beach in Sydney, and there was a dance track in the 90s called Tamarama Door Slammer. So my Aussie interpretation of an Alabama Slammer is a Tamarama Door Slammer. Patent pending. So, you know.
So
I think I need to drink some water.
Ian says he can ride horses. Ian's World says he can ride a horse. Can he do horse archery?
You can give it a go.
Well,
Yeah,
like the Dothraki?
just don't fall off and kill yourself.
Is this a Dothraki reference?
Dothraki?
Game of
Dothraki.
Thrones. Game of Thrones. All right, sorry, I'm just having a toilet break.
The
Back
Song
in a
of
second.
Ice and Fire.
Yeah, that one.
Or the Song of Fire and Ice. I don't know, but I said I would like to do axe throwing when we can all get back to going out and doing stuff. Lee said he'd like to try to do horse archery. And Ian can ride a horse, but I want to know if he can do horse archery. He says, "Don't laugh at me, lol." I'm not laughing. I
met
the
a
only
horse
I can
once.
ride is one that's contained in the engine of a motorbike.
I miss horse riding. I used to ride horses.
I tried once.
My girls just
and I
found
hated
out
it.
that I used to be a horse girl.
I think the closest
Pin drop.
to horses I'll get in life is probably cars.
Horses are lovely. Horse
They
riding is
are.
lovely.
I think horses are lovelier than cars.
They are. Horse
Well,
riding is
At
lovely.
least the horses don't damage the environment so much.
Depends on the environment, but yeah.
So Ian's partner's a horse trader. So I'm wondering if Ian has a horse, because then give me a McLaren. Absolutely, mate.
Ian's World. Why do I now suddenly have Elmo's World going in my head? Elmo's World.
I have the song Elmo's Got a Gun.
Oh, McLaren, eh?
Oof. Oh. Oh. Okay. Christopher Freak Show. All have animals, a lot of damage. Okay, cool. That's a series of words that mean something. Cool. I just realized I need to drink some more water because I'm pretty goddamn drunk. It's only 11 and I don't want to fall asleep on the stream. So I need to drink some water. So.
How and where is Aidsy?
Don't know. So I have not had interaction with him since the last time he was actually on a stream. So I don't know how he is. I'll have to try to remember. to text him tomorrow. Saturday night is a date night, so I won't be doing a Saturday night stream. But I probably will do a Sunday night. So if he's up for it, I might try and get him to come in and say hello on Sunday night.
Oh.
Wow.
I've got to harass my child into going onto campus next week. So
Okay.
that means the beginning again of being a proper mother and being awake for early mornings. And that means not being on live streams or in chat on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And it
That's
makes me
okay.
sad. But yeah.
Oh, we'll make up for it on other nights, Eddie. Yeah, because we need to accommodate. And that's why I disappeared for half an hour earlier, because a family member called me on the phone and I needed to talk to them to sort out some family stuff, which is all good now. But yeah, it's at that. Christopher Freak Show. Hooved animals do damage to the environment. That's true. That is absolutely true. No,
Well,
I
for the
They do.
Australian environment.
It is very unfortunate for the Brumbies. There
Mm.
is so much tension around the Brumbies issue.
No, nothing personal against the Brumbies, but they should be exterminated. They are
Well,
gross
actually,
damage. Yeah,
they're an untapped source of wealth because
yeah.
historically, the Brumbies came over with the English. The English wanted only the best horses for their officers, so they imported the bloodlines that are left over from the actual bred war horses in Europe. So when they got loose and started being Brumbies, that's why the Australian Whaler, which is basically a captured and domestic Brumbie, is one of the best horses in the world because of the breeding and bloodlines.
Yeah.
They're intelligent, they're very trainable, and they're tough as coffin nails.
Well,
Yeah.
in that case, yeah, bring them. Just
Capture them.
bring them down.
Yeah,
And
they
sell them.
should capture them all. They shouldn't run wild, because running wild they do too much damage. But if you want to
And
capture them
it's
A
all,
bad for
coffin
them
nail's
too.
known for their sturdiness.
yeah,
And
well,
they're,
yeah,
and
once-
it's bad for them
once you
as well,
nail it
'cause they're
down in a
starving.
coffin, try and get out.
yeah.
Oh.
Coffin nails are for keeping zombies and vampires within coffins, so they're very tough.
Yes.
This is really good.
It's like the
Yeah.
gates of the
Panorama
cemetery
door
are usually
slammer
the best
is
gates
really
ever
good.
made. Look at how many people they're keeping in.
This is going to wreck my Saturday.
Probably. That's why
I'm
drinking-
appreciating the dad jokes here.
Yeah.
I do.
We do it.
Yeah.
So nobody's fading. So thank you for joining us while you did nobody. That's cool.
Bye, sweetie.
Yeah, the Tamarama door slammer is just one of those things that got into my head because the Alabama Slammer is a relatively popular drink, but I looked at it and went, that's actually like a really shit recipe. And I thought I could adapt it, and I adapted it with mostly Australian components. And again, because I love wordplay and I love rhymes and whatnot, so instead of Alabama Slammer, I remembered the 90s dance track, the Tamarama Door Slammer, which you can get on YouTube. As you go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then dance track. And
Can I ask a question? And I
Yes.
apologize in advance if I'm being rude. That's not my
Yes.
intent. Why do you
Yes.
keep repeating things?
Because I'm drunk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drunk people repeat shit because
Do they?
Because,
I do. Okay,
do.
I need to not malign
Because-
all drunk people and just say drunk me repeat stuff.
I repeat things
Oh.
too.
So do I. Ever since I've gotten acquired brain injury, I've been repeating stuff.
Yeah.
I
See, I
thought-
don't
Could you
Remember when
repeat
this
that for
happened?
me? Sorry, what was that?
You're also making me think of the song that Bo Burnham did about almost 10 years ago now, called Repeat Stuff, which was taking the piss out of pop songs. And the song is just about, make a catchy song. We just repeat stuff. And there's a really great song where I have to make you think this song is about you. So I have to make it as vague as possible. And so I love your brownie, greeny, bluey eyes. And it's again, but I did see this interview with Bo Burnham once, where he's on one of the late night shows, and someone's saying like, "Oh, I heard like, oh God, not Justin Timberlake. Who's the guy who got famous off YouTube, and then there was an obnoxious pop star.
Bieber.
But yes, thank you, Justin Bieber. I knew if I just said obnoxious pop star, someone would think of him. So yeah, so one of these late night host says, "Oh, here, Justin Bieber came to one of your shows," and Bo Burnham says, "Yes." And well, I found that out later because they came in, they wanted to see my show. So him and his girlfriend, who was like Selena Gomez at the time or whatever, they waited till after the lights went down, so no one saw them came in. And then they came in and watched the show. And in that particular show I was doing, I had this song Repeat Stuff, which was basically taking the piss out of the sort of pop music Justin Bieber does. And he just goes, but even Bo Burnham's going, "That's not cool. He just wanted to come in and have fun and watch a show." And there was a whole segment of my show that was like, I never mentioned his name, but I'm clearly saying Justin Bieber's full of shit. And he said, when I found out afterwards Justin Bieber had come into the show, I was like, oh God, I feel so bad that there was a whole thing in the show that was basically saying Justin Bieber is shit. And it was just...
That's awkward.
It's kind of like, I like Bo Burnham so much. The way the universe is awful and we can't have nice things. I feel like I'm going to find out at some point Bo Burnham is running a child trafficking network or something, because it's like we can't have nice things. You think they're a good person, and then you find out something terrible about them. And I feel like Bo Burnham's about the best white cishet male comedian in the world, and he's going to turn out to be a child trafficker. Definitely. It's just like, because we don't have nice things. We don't have nice things.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when I found out about that South African band with the
DeAndre that were probably child exploiters. Yeah.
They trafficked this woman. They got her to go from Sydney, Australia to South Africa, where she was completely powerless and had to give in to having weird sex with that method.
And here's the thing that worried me about her, because she wanted to be a rapper, and I even forget her rap name now, but her response to when she realized she'd been exploited by Deantford, and I love Deantford, and I think she's telling the truth when she said the female part of Deantford, Yolandi, groomed her to go over and be exploited. I believe her, but the way she responded was to do a diss track. Like, she didn't make a police report. She did a diss track. And
I think she did do a police report, but it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So she did the diss track.
She did a diss track, right? And what do rape apologists say about people who've been exploited? They go, "Oh, they're just saying it to advance themselves." And you go, yeah, and that's what a diss track is. A diss track is advancing your own career. And I was like, oh God, you actually played straight into a particular stereotype. I believe her 100%. Even
do
though
too.
I was
Mm.
a Deanne Ford fan, but it's like, oh God, you did a diss track about how bad they are, which could be seen as you're just trying to advance
Yeah,
your
but
career.
at
in
the
my
same
opinion.
time, like, well, reasonably around the same time, there was this video that came out of the Diane Wood pair walking out of a festival or something, and they
Yeah.
decided that they were gonna fuck with somebody.
Yeah.
And you can hear them talking about how they're going to fuck with someone, and it's just all this toxic
Yeah. No, they're very
bravado
toxic.
and shit.
Yeah.
And then they start going at someone, then saying, that guy, he attacked my woman," kind of thing. And just, it's just really hideous. So they have no credibility at all.
They're
And I don't
very
think I've
toxic.
seen anything come out by them since.
No,
Come to think
and
of
they
it.
did. They basically withdrew because it was like they did so many fucked up things that they wanted to stay at the public eye. Safa saying, "What the fuck with R. Kelly recently, dude? It's not recently. R. Kelly is a gross predator, exploiter, and has been
long
for more
time.
than a decade. But he finally got arrested, prosecuted, and convicted. He's the worst. R. Kelly is the worst sort of exploiter."
Well,
And
what about this
speaking of
Marilyn
such things,
Manson?
I want to lighten things up and say hi, Laura. Sorry.
Hey, Laura.
I'm.
Hi,
Oh,
sweetie.
hi, Laura. I got to head off.
That's fair.
I've got so few spoons tonight.
Yeah, but thank you for joining in when you did.
Long and
Abigail.
prosper, everyone.
Sleep well.
Good night.
Oh, Abigail, Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
At any point?
I'll yes, tentatively, but my mood's been so
I know how.
at any point I could be yes, let's do it, or I can't do this right now. So
Okay.
yeah. So
I'll
but I'll see. Definitely see you on.
And when you get back to me, you get back to me.
Sounds good.
Who's our
Good night, Stella.
Night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Au revoir, mes amis.
So it's like we're going to do a swap over because Laura wants to join us. So hopefully,
I'm off.
Oh, Lee, you're heading off. Thanks for dropping in, man.
Yep.
Bye,
Bye,
Lee.
Lee.
So, once again, who's R. Kelly?
Oh, R. Kelly is an American R&B guy, and he literally was recruiting and exploiting young women in some weird fucking sex cult thing, and he got away with it for years. And from a few people I follow on social media, Black American women, they were saying because, and with some credibility, they were saying you can get away with all manner of shit if the person you're exploiting is a black woman, because there's very little care in the mainstream for what happens to black women. But R. Kelly, everyone knew he was doing this gross exploitative shit for about a fucking decade. But he finally got arrested, tried, prosecuted, and now convicted for really gross exploitation. He's gross, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
Stella in the chat, sorry, not Stella, Laura in the chat. If the link didn't pop up, say so. But I did put the link if you want to join us.
Yeah, it's
okay. It's only
linked in
11:30. It's early. So drinking water because I was dangerously close to doing the "I'm too drunk to keep going" thing. And Abigail's going, "Why do you repeat yourself?" And it's because I'm drunk. It's just like, did I say anything?
Your second name's Pete.
Also, saying I repeat myself because I'm drunk is repeating myself. So it's like,
yes. Does that mean you have to stop drinking to stop repeating yourself?
Well, I'm drinking water for a while, so we'll see how that goes. And hey, pop culture! I finally finished Squid Game today, which is very good but very depressing. And
I've heard that.
as unspoilery as I can be, Squid Game, some people go, oh, it's just like Battle Royale, people fighting to the death. And it is, but I will say, as unspoilery as I can be, Squid Game has some genuinely surprising twists. And no matter what you think you're ready for, Squid Game manages to bring out some depressing as fuck stuff. And you're just like, oh. And so the core message of Squid Game is modern life under late stage capitalism is so fucked and so soul crushing. You could easily get a bunch of people who are in financial hardship to agree to go into some fight to the death games just for the possibility of getting a lot of money and being well off. It would be super easy to get people who've been crushed by capitalism to say, yes, I will go into some death games for the small chance of getting out of the miserable life I live. And
Yeah,
it's
you
just
know
super
that
depressing.
there are people who are definitely at that point where they say, okay, I'd like to die. So then suddenly there's this competition. They go, they take the hard work out of killing myself.
Yeah.
Or
That's
I live a life that's worth living.
Yeah.
Hey, this is actually a good thing. And
Yep.
that's disgusting.
Yep. And that is basically Squid Game. It's like your life is so miserable, you may as well die. Well, here we have toss a coin. You might die or you might be rich. So it's like, hey.
And what
and
does
hi,
that say
Laura.
about society? Hi, Laura.
Hello there. How's everybody doing today?
Good. There was a
Oh,
great
Laura.
meme. I shared it on Facebook. It was a picture of the guy who's like the central protagonist in Squid Game. Picture of him smiling with the caption, "I'm so glad I don't live in the Squid Game world. I just live in the horrible world that Squid Game is a satire of." It's just like it's like Squid Game is this horrible dystopia, but it's a satire of the world I live in. And it's just like, oh God, fuck. Okay.
You know,
Yeah, well, that's like Hunger Games, you know.
It is. It's Hunger Games.
Hunger
It's
Games
Battle
was 10
Royale.
years ago or something.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about it, though? If you think about it, do you remember what RoboCop news used to look like?
The satire of RoboCop is brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing how somewhat similar things are. I mean, thankfully, they're not the same at all.
Not the same, but yeah.
You can almost see the encroachment.
Oh yeah. No, good satire is just a little twist away from what we're actually experiencing.
Yeah, like The Simpsons used to be.
Yes. Oh my God. And now we look, and I've seen a few articles saying this same thing recently. It's like the Simpsons life, which 25 years ago when it started was satire. The life the Simpsons lead, like the husband working an entry-level job for probably minimum wage while being able to support his whole family, that's unattainable now. 25 years ago, Homer was a loser. In the world today, Homer's life is aspirational, which is so fucking tragic.
Fuck. Yeah.
I watched something, an American reacting to this show that he's watching.
Yeah.
And it said that the average wage in the US is something like $9 something an hour.
Yeah.
I drive a bus and my minimum wage is $29 an hour.
Yeah. America's a fucking dystopia, honestly.
Yeah. The thing that really,
It is.
I think the worst part about America is the tipping system.
Oh, so
You
shit.
know that if you work in a cafe or a bar or something like that, your wages are artificially low because they assume you're going to get tips.
Yeah, like in some places it's like $2-3 an hour because they assume you're going to make it up in tips.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about this in anthropology in my honors class. You know that that when some Americans came over from America, and they were told that they weren't tipped, they were kind of a little bit outraged. Like there was, you know, that's not right.
Yeah.
And the reason was not because they thought that Australian wages were low like in America. It was because they didn't have the power of tipping.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't have the power of your living standard in my hand at the end of the meal.
Yep. And
Fucking petty.
yep. And I've heard a couple of hospitality venues in the US will have like a sign that explains there is no tipping in this venue. We are paying our staff $15 or $20 an hour. Tipping's a gross exploitative system. So we pay our staff a living wage. So tipping's gross and exploitative. So there's no tipping here because we just pay people. And so you'll notice
I
our
would
prices
rather have
are
rude
high.
waiters.
Yeah.
I'd rather
You'll-
have rude waiters than
Yeah.
tip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll notice our prices are higher than other places. It's because we pay our staff a living wage. So we do not want you to tip anyone because tipping is gross and exploitative.
Well, when I was driving my tours of the Great Ocean Road, we would get Americans on there and they would quietly come up and go, "How do you live without tips?" Because we were told you don't tip in Australia. And I'd go,
Yeah.
"Okay, what's your wage?" And he said, "Well, what's your hourly rate?" And he'd go like, I'm paid really well. I'm on $12 an hour." And I looked at him and said, "Okay, I'm on $30 an hour. If I drive to the snow, I'm on $35 an hour. And I get staying
I'm going
overnight."
to drive a bus.
Yeah.
Oh, it's easy money there.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to get my driver's license again.
But yeah, he
So
was
there we
amazed.
go.
Like he's in a mid-level management position,
Mm.
and I drive a freaking bus, and I'm getting paid more than he is per hour.
There was something that popped up about a month ago or so, where it was Google were looking at reducing, or was it Facebook? I can't remember. One of the social media companies, but they were looking at reducing the wage of people because they were working from home.
Oh, shit.
So effectively, it's like what we pay you for is you commuting in. So we pay you too much because you have to commute in from the suburbs because rent is
all right.
expensive closer to
Yeah.
the business. And it's like, who cares? You should get paid for the work you do and not from where
Yes.
you live and have to commute into.
Yeah.
And this is something that's become a real problem in the UK, in cities. So what happened was 2010, thanks to Iraq and Afghanistan wars, our national debt was just crazy high. It had gone into £1 trillion debt. And so when the government went into this austerity spending, all departments were told to cut. And one of the things that happens in cities, certainly in London, is that everything is more expensive. A bar of chocolate is like 20 pence more expensive in London than it is where I live, because everything has artificially inflated wages and all that, artificially inflated prices. So what's happened is you had inner city council estates where poor people live, and rather than do them up, they've gone and closed them down and moved people out of the city. So you might live 20 miles outside of the city and have to spend £6 a day to get your train in and back. And that's assuming it's off peak as well. Well, as a part of the benefit system we have here, for low-paid people, you can get working tax credit. So basically, a bit of help to create a minimum standard, effectively. Well, they decided they were going to end that for London. So it's forced people out of the city. The council estates have been closed down, and poorer people have been pushed out of the city. Then they demolished them and made expensive flats for rich people. And what people don't realise, it's like short-term money-making thing, but long-term it's a big problem because, the banking district, and it'll be exactly the same way in the city where you live. You've got expensive parts, the working part of the city, but you still got the low-paid people giving you your Starbucks and Subway sandwiches at lunch. And they don't work. They don't get paid more. They get paid a minimum wage. It's not viable.
Well, the thing about Melbourne at the moment, because of lockdown and all that, the city rents have plummeted, which is why I can afford to live here. And why there are apartments in my building that are still up for rent, because a whole lot of people have realised that they can live in the suburbs and still work for a start. But also all the people who normally want to live right in the middle of the city, being mostly the international students, but also international students who have become international workers, they can't be here right now. They're not here. They've all pissed off back home and they can't be here. That's it. So everything's sort of in a bit of a muddly mix-up at the moment. And I think, it's going to be interesting to see where things land. I was talking to this guy in Paran. I had to go and pick up something, a click and collect for a friend of mine. So I went down to Paran and went into the milk bar on the corner, and he said, it's great, the city is going to become he hoped that it was going to become residential. It was going to be something for the people again. This guy had lived through a few decades of being in Paran, and he really wanted the workers back to come back. Yeah. So I think, maybe we don't know what's going to happen next.
It's very volatile.
Maybe it could be exciting. It could be exciting, I reckon.
Yeah, times of turmoil do sometimes produce, as you say, exciting and unexpected things. So who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I had a thing. I was really surprised. One of my internet friends posting on Twitter saying, "Oh, they went to an auction for a one-bedroom apartment in the city, and it was obviously a luxury apartment in a building, because they were saying like that. It was advertised as maybe going for 700,000, and it went for 900,000. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought the arse had fallen out of the apartment market in the CBD. And she was like, yeah, who fucking knows? I go, okay, well, that was slightly different because it was a luxury apartment. But yeah, everything I've seen for the last year has been apartments have gotten cheaper. Houses in the suburbs have gotten much more expensive. Houses in the suburbs, way more expensive. Apartments in the city and inner suburbs, I heard had gotten cheaper. But then, she said when this one was being sold, it was more expensive than was expected. And I thought, but it was an aberration because it was clearly a luxury apartment.
It probably had the right location and the right view. Things are so different since I moved, and because I'm in Facebook group for around here, and that's where Maria comes from. You know, there's a lot of rubbish apartments. Like
Yeah.
there's apartments over in South Bank, you know, I can see them when I walk
Yeah.
out my front door. I can see these apartments. I know these buildings are creaking constantly during the night and people can't sleep.
Yes. That was
It's
freaky. I read
terrible.
an article about them. There are these high rises in the Melbourne CBD, but something slightly dodgy in the construction. They're very noisy. They creak, and people are going like literally they're losing their mental health because they can't sleep because the buildings make so much creaky noise. It's fucking trippy.
There's this whole problem of cut price kind of, not cut price, shall I say? Well, the buildings are designed by architects, and then they get rid of the architects because the architects cost money. And then they say to the builder, "Can you build that?" And the builder says, "Yeah, I can build that." And the builder can't build that because they don't actually get the same education, and so we're all left with these kind of pretty but dodgy buildings.
Yeah.
And also there's that cladding problem. Laura,
Oh, that's
you
another thing.
probably,
Yeah.
that cladding that, you know, that burned up
Flammable
that
cladding.
building. That built
Oh,
up
that
building,
was
burned
that
up
was
the
awful.
building in London.
Yeah,
That was horrible.
that
was
yeah. You know, another horrible part of it, and obviously this is completely minor compared to obviously what they went through. And that is that my building had just been given an overhaul.
With the same cladding.
No, fortunately not.
Thank God.
Yeah, but one
You
of the
must
things
have been worried.
Slightly. So my building is a brick building, so it's all girders and all that kind of stuff with the outside shell, and then breeze blocks, and then brick on either side, and then plastered on the inside. The Grenfell building that had a load of cladding on the outside, and it would appear that that the council may have known that it was substandard, but let it be put on anyway.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they're trying to do everything they can to avoid accountability. When my building was refurbished, what they did it a different way. They painted like a fungal paste on the outside to make sure it didn't, you know, get anything growing underneath the between the brick. Then they screwed foam to the outside, and then they plastered over the top of it and threw stones at it for texture.
Oh my God.
So what was somewhat, you know, so there was a bit of a problem. So there are 7 buildings like mine in, you know, owned by the same housing association. And so they were refurbished in the late 90s, if I remember correctly. About 96, 97, something like that. And I've lived here since 1993. It's been amazing how long I've lived here now.
Wow, that is a long time.
Yeah, well, it's good. It's the rent is. I'm not even paying over £100 in rent a week. So
That's
it's
really good.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know, 5 miles away from the city. It's really convenient. I've got transport.
Is your flat owned by an old lady?
No.
He doesn't care.
Well, it actually used to be council housing, and they basically gave it away for nothing to this housing association because that was cheaper than doing it up. Anyway, so well, as a part of when the housing association took over, they basically put through a range of doing it up. But before they gave it away, the council paid for the building to be overhauled, so new windows and doors, and the cladding on the outside, or you know, and it was like I say, it was foam, not the plastic shit that burns. And one of the worst parts of Grenfell is that they effectively had gaps between the wall and the cladding, and it allowed it to work like a chimney. It allowed the heat to spread in the air to get through and provide it with oxygen, of course. But anyway, so when they overhauled it, so what they have is roughly about a meter tall and about a meter and a half wide chunks of foam, and they drill holes into the wall and put roll plugs in, and that go through the foam, and then bolt it in from the outside, screw it in from the outside. Well, they were supposed to use one every I think it's like 50 centimeters or something like that, and they'd be staggered, so it'd be like diagonal, if you know what I mean, where the bolt where the screws go in. So you're supposed to put I think it's something like 16 plugs per foam block. And it turns out that on my building, which was the one of the last ones to be done, it was like the other one was another building was being done at the same time, but mine was the last to have the cladding, the scaffolding taken down. So what happened was about maybe 8 years later, something like that, chunk of foam fell off my building. And so they ended up having to do some checks to see whether this was a big problem or it was just a little local problem for that part, And so they did some surveys and discovered that they hadn't put enough of the screws in to hold the foam in. And so they were supposed to have 16 in each, and it turned out that there were 16 over 9 panels. So not 16 in each one, 9 panels that had 16 across all of them. And I wonder if something like, the plugs that go into the get hammered into the wall, whether they come in like boxes of 10,000 and they only need a couple of thousand, so they'll just spread it out. And of course, the higher you get, the windier it gets. So more likely for it to get, So they ended up having to do a check, and they discovered that every single building had similar problems. And so it took them 2 years to negotiate with the council because the building was still under warranty. The work was still under warranty for like 20 years or something. So they had to basically get the council to pay for it because they were the ones that oversaw the refurbishment of the building. So that was, and even ridiculous things, that something that seems like a good idea is badly implemented. That's one of the worst.
That's always a problem. Also, I just want to jump in. I don't know if Stella's already disappeared. Stella said she was going good night.
Oh, good night.
Say good night.
Good night, Stella.
Good night. Going to do some hunting. Sounds like a sex thing.
Hunting.
I'm completely on board with that. So, I just wanted to say, if Stella's not already disappeared, good night, good hunting, and all that sort of thing. But yeah, so sorry, Laura. I'm happy for you to continue.
So one of the things that my housing association did was they basically put new security around the building. So basically, there's railings all around and security fences to get in. So if you want to come to visit me, you would go up to the security gate, you dial my number, press call, and it will buzz in my flat. And then, I can speak to you and say, oh, yeah, come on in. And you press the button and it lets you in. And then when you get to the front door of the building, same thing happens. I'll let you in. You come up the lift and you come to knock on my door. Well, for the security gate leading out, you can imagine the security gate, it's got the sort of hinge thing at the top that closes the door.
Yeah.
Automatic closing door thing. So what happened was, if you can imagine, you're walking towards it and it's angled 45 degrees to your left-hand side. But the hinge is on the near side to you. So you've got to walk around it to pull it open. But because you approach it from that 45-degree angle, you're likely to push it beyond the 90 degrees that the hydraulic suppressor thing, the closer thing happens. So what happens is it keeps getting broken because they put it on the wrong side. So effectively, it just comes down to people pull it too far because it's going on an angle where you got to put it around to you rather than walk all the way around the gate. The door. You've people pull it, overstress it. If it had been put on the correct, if it had been put on so that it was hinged with the hinge on the right hand side, and when you pull it towards you, you're pulling it away from you, it would have been fine. But no. So, and then there's a new security system, which, oh my God, I'm so glad I don't live anywhere down the sort of near where the door is, because when I've got a fob that just, you have to tap it on the panel and it just opens the door, but every time it does it goes like, boop. Could you imagine all day long with people? Every time when I leave the building, I press a button on the inside and that opens the door and it goes boop. So every single time someone comes in or leaves the building, it beeps.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that at sort of 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
And every time anyone comes in or out, it beeps and and it's right outside your window. Oh, that'd drive me nuts.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And just, purely coincidentally, we talked earlier in a stream, I had a new washing machine delivered today, which is fabulous. And that shows how exciting my life is that I want to talk about my washing machine getting delivered.
Did you get to talk to the guy that delivered it?
Yeah, it's fine. And they were cool. But the fucking chain that did it, and this happened because it happened in the stream, last night's stream. At 9:30, I got a text saying, hey, we're delivering tomorrow. And I'm thinking, why the fuck are you sending me a text at 9:30 reconfirming the delivery tomorrow that I already knew? But hello.
I mean, Nettie got a young all of a sudden.
But
Nettie's got a card.
You need to, you need to unmute yourself so you can say hello.
Hello.
Oh God.
Hello.
I muted it. So yeah, I unmuted it. Okay.
So you can say hello to us.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a facelift, Nettie.
Yeah. It's mini-me Nettie is on now.
So,
it's
Nettie, why didn't you tell us that you built a TARDIS?
But yeah, my thing I wanted to complain about, 6:30 this morning, sound asleep, my fucking phone dings. I got a text from this chain and it was absolutely useless. It wasn't you're getting a delivery in an hour. It was like, your receipt is here and you can get a discount. And I'm like, why the fuck would you send a pointless spam email at 6:30 a.m., you fucks? And so I was like, I'm just hanging out because they inevitably, when you buy something, they send you how was your experience? Rate your experience. I'm like, okay. And I did get one and I went, okay, delivery guys, 10 out of 10, flawless. They were great. Whoever the fuck was responsible for sending me a text at 6:30 a.m., minus several million to them, okay? What were you thinking? What the fuck? Who fucking sends a text at 6:30 a.m.?
It's not only that. I mean, didn't you say that you had a call at 9 o'clock at night to say we're going to be delivering tomorrow?
And that was bad. No, that happened during the stream. It was like 9:30.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's way too late to send me a message telling me that. But at
Well,
least
it's not just that. What happens if oh shit, I forgot it's going to be tomorrow? Do you think that if you had to arrange for like a babysitter or something, or someone, you have to go to work and shit, I forgot, I need someone to be in the house to be able to get this thing arriving?
Yeah. Yeah, 9:30 to send that was bullshit, but way worse, way fucking worse was to send a completely useless message at 6:30 a.m. So I made a point of replying whoever the fuck is responsible for that 6:30 a.m. text.
You okay?
Get rid of them.
What have you got in your hand? She's up
Hi.
to something.
What's that, Nettie?
Oh, food replacement.
This is awesome.
What is
Sugarless
it?
chocolate.
Oh, sugarless
It's
chocolate.
basically very small and expensive, sugarless Snickers bars. And I fucking love
Okay.
Snickers bars.
Sounds like the
Yeah.
work of the devil.
Yes.
Okay.
This has helped me keep my weight under control. I mean, okay, I do fuck all in lockdown. So, and I still have my Snickers bar cravings.
Yeah.
These are amazingly good.
Yep. Meal replacement bars, great. Yeah.
I
No,
bought
it's not meal replacement. It's just, it's chocolate, but not sugary
Low
chocolate.
calorie.
So-
Low calorie.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are these
So-
meal replacement bars supposed to be you eat one of them instead of a meal? Because they don't work
No, no.
for me. Because it's like
No,
that is
you
not
eat these
that's not a
instead
meal.
of eating chocolate.
Yeah.
You eat these instead of eating proper chocolate.
So, as
That's
you can
just-
well imagine, in my job,
Good.
I can be sitting on my ass for up to probably 10 hours a day with the aligned driving breaks, where I get half an hour to sit down and scoff something to eat, which is usually
Yep.
truck stop food. Nettie remembers me as a lucky to make 90 kilos. Nettie, I'm
Skinny.
110.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm fat.
You know.
Oh. At my worst during COVID, I was 125.
Oh,
Now I'm like 104.
So
but,
I got sent to Spencer Street today for standby. So another driver told me how he goes for a walk, and he walks right from the bus bay at Spencer Street all the way to platform 14, then walks down platform 14, up to the turnstiles at the top, then comes back down platform 13. And he walks zigzag every platform, and it's about 2 kilometers.
Wow.
oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
And that's his exercise when he's on standby. And I'm like, that's
Wow.
brilliant. I'm going to do that. Because I
I've got
actually,
16 stairs in this apartment. It has improved my fitness and it has improved my legs and the amount of pain that I feel so much. Because last year I did nothing. I just did fucking nothing and my muscles were all gone.
Yeah.
But now I can go up and down these stairs without even thinking about it.
a friend of mine borrowed this for 2 weeks. He was working
What's
as a
that?
waiter. Oh, this is my chainmail shirt.
Oh, that thing. I remember that.
He borrowed this for 2 weeks and wore it under his uniform when he was waiting tables.
Yeah.
It's about 15 kilos.
Mm.
And he took it off, went shopping, came back, and he ran up 2 flights of stairs and didn't even feel it. Because he was just used to carrying this extra 15 kilos around.
Yep. That makes sense.
I can't exercise like other people can, I can't go to a gym. I can't do those I
Yeah.
can't go to a gym where you feel this need to look good because I don't look good.
Oh,
And-
you do. You look fabulous.
Sorry.
No, gyms, though. It's a different, like,
Gym people, fuck gym people. Honestly,
Yeah. it's a different. Yeah. Words fail. But so I can't go to a gym. I can't. I don't like exercising all on my own. I feel really isolated, and I feel it really intensely when I'm like. I'll take the dog for a really long walk, maybe twice a week.
Yeah.
At most. But eventually the like I'm on my own thing gets to me and I have to come home.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
this is my
being
extent of
able
weightlifting.
to yes. So like something like, you know, wearing chainmail while you go and do what you would do normally, that appeals to me. And walking up and down my stairs, I didn't have to take this apartment completely, but I knew those stairs would be good for me.
Yeah.
Stairs are one of the greatest health or fitness things you can ever do. Just because they're there, but you're building up leg muscles, you're actually walking, which is good for apparently it's even good for your brain, walking. And I think it's because it's something so basic and simple that our brain stops thinking about it, so you start thinking about other things. Apparently Einstein used to go for a walk around whatever university he was based at, get lost, and so they put in a phone system for him. So he'd walk up to the phone and go, I'm at phone number 9, and they'd send a vehicle to pick him up. Because he'd just get lost in his own thoughts walking around the campus.
You know what? If I was going to open a gym, and I wish Abigail was here because she'd laugh at this joke as well, because this is a joke. I'm starting a joke. If I was going to open a gym, I'd make it a Star Trek themed gym, and I'd call it "It's Worse Than That, It's Dead Jim."
It's dead, Jim.
He's dead, Jim. Yeah, it's worse than that. He's dead, Jim.
Yeah,
that's what I call it.
That's my type of gym. Yeah.
Anybody who knows that song, it's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim.
Star Trek.
Everybody knows that song. Will know what you mean.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've actually used a version of that. It's the Kirk one because it's like we come in peace, shoot to kill. I've used that for American cops. You know, it's like protect and serve, shoot to kill.
Shoot to kill, shoot to kill.
Yeah.
I've had very manic moments with my children in the past, few years, where we all sing about
Yeah.
Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow.
Yeah. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
And it's an Aussie thing. So one of the things that we have a thing in the UK is our national broadcaster, the BBC, suck up to the government like crazy because we have a license fee system, and their funding and how the system works could be taken away from them if they are too critical of the government. So therefore, they often toe the government line, and they don't report like certain things, whereas other news broadcasters will. And when they do, it's somewhat more sugar-coated, less unflattering, shall we say, towards the government. Is that the same with your ABC? I think, isn't it?
Yeah, the ABC.
I remember
Yes and no.
I remember your government, thanks to watching your videos, Angry, getting really pissed about the ABC because they were like criticizing them for being an awful government because they were an awful government. But what's it like in the general sense?
I
don't think they have the same pressure.
No, I think the ABC is a bit more progressive than the BBC. But again, it's kind of like, I used to like Lee Sales. She's a presenter of the major current affairs show, ABC. But in the last year, she has made some really shithouse public statements, supporting
Has she?
really. Oh, she supported the really gross, racist, homophobic political cartoonist from Murdoch Media, like Bill Leak, and it's kind of like media people are in their little ivory tower and they think they're wonderful and special, and when the hoi polloi criticize them as like, oh no, there's something wrong with the great unwashed masses who don't appreciate what we do for them. And she defends horrible people. And it's because different media people, like someone in the ABC has more in common with someone in the Murdoch media empire than they do with us ordinary people in the population. So it's kind of like, again, Lee Sales defends some horrible fucking piece of shit who's in the Murdoch media empire. And then why is she doing that? And it's like, well, she actually has more in common with the garbage people in the Murdoch empire than she does with the non-media general populace. So
I wonder why, though.
it's just the way it works, and it's also it's
She's
weird.
at the top of her game, I suppose.
Yeah, and the media people seem to regard.
I gotta go.
Greg, you got to go, mate. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Hi, Greg.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Talk
See you,
soon.
Greg.
I have to
See ya.
admit, it's just gone midnight. I have to admit, I was borderline thinking of going sleepy bye-byes. How's everyone else feeling?
Oh, I'm fine because it's the middle of the day and my sleep.
I know it's the middle of the day for you, Laura, so you're cheating.
Yeah, it's not just that. My sleeping pattern is probably closer than yours to yours. Honestly, my sleeping pattern is all screwed up. Yesterday, I went to bed at about midday, 1-ish in the afternoon, and woke up at 7 o'clock in the evening. And today, because I knew I was going to be chatting here, and I was late today, I went to bed at about 7 this morning.
Okay.
So I went to bed early for the rest of, considering the rest of the week.
Right.
You were talking about the press thing there. So there was a really bad football disaster in the UK, Hillsborough. That was in 1989.
Yeah.
And effectively, it was, loads of fans trying to get in, and they ended up pushing them into the stadium, and there wasn't enough room, and people got killed because they got squashed and trampled on and stuff like that.
It was horrific. Hillsborough was horrific.
I remember.
Yeah. I mean, there were 97 people died, and like 700 odd people were.
Well,
Really
that's a lot of people, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that happened out of that, the Sun, because it was Liverpool where the victims were, their part of the stadium. Because thanks to football hooliganism in the past, they would have certain parts of the stadium, because this was at the Sheffield Stadium, so they were the away team and the away fans. So, what happened was they basically, the police opened the cordon to allow people to stream in, and all the fans were trying to get in, and the fans inside got squashed. So the Sun reported that Liverpool fans were urinating on the dead and the cops and stuff like that. None of which was true. Thanks to that, you'd find it very difficult to buy a copy of the Sun if you lived in Liverpool today. You know, that's how bad they are. And we had something called the Leveson Inquiry, Lord Leveson being the guy who oversaw it. And in that, it was showing about how appalling, especially the Murdoch media were, And one of the things that happened was there was a girl called Millie Dowler who got snatched off the street by some paedophile bastard who killed her. And what happened was that they hacked her phone.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yes.
basically, what happened was they managed to get into their phone to listen to the messages that had been sent to her phone, and it got filled up by mum phoning up like, "Where are you, darling? Where are you, darling? Really worried about you," kind of stuff. And that's how they were getting some of the stories to print in the newspaper. And then they went and deleted the old messages so that new messages could be put in. And of course, if you imagine your mum phoning up, the mother phoning up, and suddenly, it's saying messages that, that she can leave a message. She thought maybe her daughter was alive in order to be able to get the message. And so it just gave her false hope.
Yes.
And I think the worst example from the Leveson inquiry was a guy, McMullen, I can't remember his name now. Paul? I think his name Paul McMullen. And he worked for, I think he worked for The Sun or the Mirror, News of the World, or whatever it was. Anyway, he worked for a newspaper. And there were some killings. A paedophile killed a couple of girls. And so there was, there were a couple of others around that time. Sarah Payne was one, actually. I think that was her death. And so there was a big anti-paedophile thing going out, and well, this guy wrote a little story. Who got? So they posted pictures of known paedophiles on the front of the newspaper. And unfortunately, a part of the fury and stupid, ignorant people who don't know anything, some guy got beaten up because he was a pediatrician.
Yes, I remember that, a pediatrician, because there was a sign out in the front of the office saying pediatrician, and the lunatics whipped up by the Sun went, "He's even got a sign out the front saying he's a pedo."
Yeah.
It was like,
So listening to this McMullen character speaking at the Leveson inquiry, saying that he kind of, enjoyed the idea that a guy got beaten up for being a pediatrician because of stupid people. He thought that was quite funny.
yeah.
Yeah, the guy that got beaten up didn't find it very funny, obviously.
No, not really. And I think like the office got beaten. Anyway, yeah, it is comparatively early for a Friday night, and I'm comparatively lucid. I'm not falling asleep, but I feel like I do actually want to retire for the evening. So I want to.
Hey, Nettie, can you hang around for a few minutes after it goes off?
Okay,
Sorry,
I will.
who, me?
Yeah, please.
I want to
Oh,
thank
me?
everyone.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone for hanging out and going to go sleepy bobos. Won't be doing a live stream on Saturday night. I'll be doing a date night. Probably be back on Sunday. Who knows? I might find out from AIDSy between them. We might see AIDSy on Sunday.
Yay.
But
That'd be nice.
Yep. Either way, have a fine time, everyone. See you another time. But I'm going to go to bed. So